to IT.
Your Honor, we were able to determine that it was the last break of the day.
All right. Great, thanks. All right, since that's what I'm looking at right now is the instructions about Mr. Copeland. If everybody wants to turn to that one, we'll try to hammer that one out. And I think I'm maybe looking at the states, and y'all had the two different proposed instructions. I guess one of them is if he doesn't testify at all, is the top one. Well, if we're disregarding all of his testimony. Persefield put together, if he decides he's not going to testify, then obviously we're going to tell him or tell the jury disregard everything about his testimony and any evidence that was introduced during his testimony.
Would that be before? Would Your Honor consider adding unless and until he decides or?
No, because if he decide, I mean, yes, I would consider it, and no, I don't want to do it. Because if he decides that he's going to, then we'll tell him at that point, okay, we've got him back, and now here's what you can consider. But I mean, there's no point in trying to sort out, the possibility of that, because it's not an eventuality. So we'll just, at this stage, don't consider anything. And then if it changes, it changes, and I'll instruct them about what's appropriate then. All right, and so I think that one is going to be pretty simple. What I would propose to say in the event that we don't have Mr. Copeland retake the stand, I'm just going to say, before the break, witness Kenneth Copeland was testifying. I instruct and admonish you now that you must disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during his testimony. And then if he decides he wants to come back later and testify, we'll tell him the details about what parts they can and can't consider. Anybody have an objection to that?
Your Honor, the state would object to them being told to disregard. Once they're told to disregard it, it's that they are putting it out of their mind. And then if they have to come back later on and the court has to tell them, well, put it back in your mind, we would.
Okay, I understand the objection and I overrule it. And in fact, I think I'll borrow your language about put it out of your minds completely. I have, I'm thinking as I type, but let me get it down on paper. And this might fix some of what you're objecting about. All right. I instruct you and admonish you now that you must disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during his testimony. Unless you are later instructed differently, you may not consider this evidence at all in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. Thank you. I'm going to take the silence as no objection from anybody else.
No objection on behalf of Mr.
Thank
Stillman.
you.
No objection on behalf of Mr. Hughes.
All right. All right. Silence. Okay, state.
Unless you are instructed differently, if the court is not inclined to instruct as we requested regarding unless and until you hear from him again, then if that's the closest we can get to it, then.
All right. That's the closest we're going to get to it. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Now, with regard to if he does take the stand, we're basically restarting the post 3 p.m. June 12th testimony. So we have to sort out. I think that so a question, in order to not only tell them kind of the time period, which is about 3 p.m. on Wednesday, June 13th or June 12th. So that would start, I'm now going to instruct you and admonish you that you are to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony.
Is Your Honor inclined to just, instead of pointing out Mr. Copeland's, just say any evidence or testimony beyond a certain point? He was the only witness that testified, but since the court will be, I guess this is an either or situation. So
I don't know what you're asking. I mean, I'm going to direct them specifically, hey, we're talking about Mr. Copeland's testimony. So then I would say following the last break at about 3 p.m. Wednesday, June 12th, through when you were, through June 17th, when the point in time when you've been in recess. So my question then is, after I say that gives them sort of the time. Thoughts as to, so the last thing that he was, or the next topic following the break was he was asked about his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, which I can say just to trigger their, okay, so anything I heard after that, that is what the question was following the break. Any objection to asking that? Or telling them that, just to give them sort of a cue to what the topic was. It has disappeared from my screen, but
Your Honor?
yes.
Excuse me, I believe after the break, the first question by Ms. Hilton was, Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL?
Okay,
That was sometime before, just before 4 p.m.
any objection to,
We're confirming that, Judge, with respect to the.
okay, assuming that's true. After the break, he was asked, are you familiar with YSL? Everything after that's what you're to disregard. And I'll have you give me the direct quote, but
And Ms. Hilton, I see that on, just so you can find it, I see that on page 105 of the transcript, approximately line 16, if that helps.
all right, so what he was asked immediately before the break, the last topic was his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang. And then the jury watched those little bits of one of his statements as an inconsistent statement. And then after the break was the YSL question. So just to give them a frame of reference. Any objection to doing that? And we can include the bit before or just the bit after.
That's fine, Your Honor. It does.
All right, and can you read to me what the question was?
It's, have you, Mr. Copeland, have you heard of YSL? Yeah.
All right,
And how far did, just that,
I mean, it's everything after that, so.
Your
Pro-
Honor, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we
Yes.
would object to pointing them, referencing them to any specific testimony or question whatsoever after the break. We would ask that they not be.
All right, then how about the concept of the last thing that's okay is this was the last thing he testified to that you can consider.
I think we're saying the same thing. We're fine with that.
That you're fine with, okay.
so would the court be then reading the last question and answer that he gave before the break when the court says this was the last thing he testified to?
Microphone, please, Ms. Love.
Pull that mic down to you and speak into it. So she's asking, would then the concept be to read the last question and answer? And no, that wasn't really what I was thinking about doing. I was thinking about just saying, this was the topic of his testimony. I mean, if you want to throw out what the last question is and let me think about whether that would in any way help them.
Yes, Your Honor, because I
Okay.
think that otherwise would be.
All right, well, tell me what that is.
To hear when he asked, this was you? The point at which the court stopped to give Mr. Copeland an earpiece appears to be the last thing that happened without talking about the subject.
Okay, but I want to talk about the subject so that they'll have some concept of what's the last thing they can, and also y'all are wanting me rightfully to take their notes. And so they're going to have to figure out what part of their notes
The last
Or
question,
somebody's gonna have to figure out what part of their notes are being taken.
the last question that was asked was, and did you leave ABG? Mr. Steele objected and said, I don't think that's what was said. Ms. Hilton said, I'll play it again one more time for you. And the witness said, I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it. And the court asked to see counsel at the bench.
Okay, so what I was proposing was just, after he was asked about his involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang ABG. Or after he testified about his involvement, was asked about, I don't know if he did.
So, Your Honor, on page
Yeah.
97, on page 97, before the break, Ms.
Mhm.
Hilton asked, have you ever claimed to be a part of ABG? And the witness said, me. And Ms. Hilton said, Atlanta Blood Gang. He said, never. And then she asked him whether he recalled being interviewed by the Atlanta Police Department on January the 11th with investigator Thorpe. He said yes. And then at that time, she tendered State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha between 3:29:46 to 3:30:13.
What was the date of that interview?
January the 11th,
Okay,
2015.
interview with whom?
Detective Thorpe.
Okay,
And she played,
KPD,
yes.
okay. Okay,
And then she played a portion of it, 3:29:46 to 3:30:13. Mr. Shard objected. It was overruled, and a
Okay.
portion was played. Ms. Hilton then said that she asked, was he ever a part of ABG? And we went back to that particular portion of the statement. There was an objection, and the objection was overruled. Mr. Steele's objection was overruled. Again, Ms. Hilton asked, did you hear when he asked you, he being Detective Thorpe, asked you, Mr. Copeland, you left ABG? And you said yes. Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland said, he asked me what? Ms. Hilton said, did you leave ABG? Mr. Steele said, I don't think that's what was said. I object to the statements. Ms. Hilton then said, I'll play it one more time for you. That's when the witness said, I can't hear it no matter how many times you play it. And
okay. All right, so then what I would propose is I'm now going to instruct you and admonish you to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony that came after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th, 2024, which was the last break for that day. That is, you are to disregard any and all testimony and evidence that came, hang on, that came after the questioning and answers about Mr. Copeland's involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang ABG and his January 11th, 2015 interview with Detective Thorpe of the Atlanta Police Department.
okay.
That's
All
fine
right.
with us.
And
All right, thank you.
And also, Your Honor, the court did mention the notes. I didn't know, I know previously someone suggested storing them, ripping them up, whatever, but if they ever have to re-refer to them, I was curious how the court intended to handle the taking up and storing of those.
Okay,
notes.
so the notes that they are never, ever going to consider, even if he ends up testifying and completing his testimony, is everything that occurred post 3 p.m. June 12th through the end of June 17th. So I won't rip them up at this point. We can decide all of that later, but they'll never get those back to consider, even if he does testify.
Right.
Okay.
I meant the ones that,
If he doesn't testify at all
If-
this time around,
if he,
then I'll take
does
them all.
testify, if he does testify, there's a portion that the court would then, you're telling him the jury to disregard right now unless they hear something different from you later.
That's if he doesn't testify.
Right.
He
Okay.
gets to make a new decision, a decision anew about whether he wants to testify or be held in contempt. If he wants to be held in contempt or is fine, satisfied with that outcome, then every bit of his testimony gets disregarded. If he comes in and says, yeah, I don't want to, but I will go ahead and testify pursuant to the subpoena and the immunity grant, then they disregard post 3 p.m. the 12th through the 17th. All right. And so then we're going to need to get the notes from them. Anybody have some suggestion as to the best way to do that?
Your Honor, logistically, I can't think of any way other than to rely on the jurors to simply give them to you, not to us. Really no other logistic way to do it.
All right, so I may just have them take a short break and figure out what parts of their notes that counts, and then y'all care if it may be that they've got, the morning is on this part of a page and the afternoon's on this part. So I don't know if we could, pair of scissors and cut off the rest of it or what, but it's gonna take somebody from the court, which is not gonna be me. So I'm thinking Miss Percifield, once they hand it, just, confirming that that's everything
Sure.
for each of the jurors. Everybody okay with that?
That's fine with us.
No objection.
All right. Mr. Harvey, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele. Okay.
I'm with Mr. Adams.
And Ms. Harvey, you still thinking about it? Or are you okay with that? All right. I didn't, you must have said that silently.
Objection for Mr. Ryan.
All right, thank you. All right, and then I think, as I mentioned, when we were last together, I'm gonna ask if there's anybody who thinks they're not gonna be able to disregard that. So for that, I mean, I'm typing out the words, so I'm essentially just gonna ask them, if there are any of you who can't set aside and completely disregard that portion of Mr. Copeland's testimony and evidence in your deliberations, let me know now, and then we'll go from there on that. Sure.
Your Honor. After conferring with other co-defendants attorneys, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we're suggesting that that question not be asked at all.
Okay,
There are other members who represent other individuals who believe it should be asked, and so there's no consensus amongst
okay.
the attorneys as to whether that question should be asked. But our position for Mr. Williams is that it should not be.
All right, and why is that?
We simply don't believe it's necessary. We don't think that it's necessary to draw the jury's attention. We presume that they can follow the court's instructions. And so we just don't believe it's necessary.
All right, well, I agree that it's not necessary. I'm doing it as a cautionary measure so that if there is anybody that can't do it, that we just go ahead and find that out now.
Understand?
All right, so I'm gonna ask that over objection. Okay, all right, so then the next thing we need to do is the kind of RICO 105 instruction, if you will. So I think that we had a proposal by the state and a proposal by the defense sent by Mr. Harvey. And I don't know if y'all have had a chance to look at each other's, but let's come up with one that's consolidated that is helpful to the jury.
Your Honor, for the state, we do not agree to Mr. Harvey's proposal. I think that was hashed out fairly well on Thursday. I have a couple of supplementary points if you want to hear that.
It was not hashed out on Thursday at all. You might have, yeah, no,
Okay,
there was nothing even close to anything final on that on Thursday.
Understood. I did watch the video. If the court doesn't consider it hashed out, then it's not hashed out and we're ready for the hashing.
Okay, that's what we're gonna be doing today.
Okay.
I think I just maybe gave up on Thursday. All right, let me get those both pulled up. In fact, I don't even think we got Mr. Harvey's proposed instruction until, or at least the one I'm looking at now, until over the weekend.
I didn't get this one at all, like the one
Yeah.
just got handed.
Right, yeah, no, that just came late Sunday night, but I think Mr. Harvey, yours didn't, the one you're proposing now didn't come over until Sunday night either. So I don't know what it is that you think we hashed out on Thursday, maybe something entirely separate.
He filed a proposed limiting, or he provided to us a proposed limiting instruction that should have started the conversation and prompted the state to give you what we gave you on the 8th. This is what we have in hand, but we'll.
But the, is, Mr. Floyd, the copy that you handed up this morning, has that been emailed in any way? Okay, that, I can't, I have a hard time finding that even on email. Email this one, that's Mr. Floyd's, I guess, right now, so we can pull that up. Does the defense have this one that's got the style of the case on it? That's Mr. Floyd's?
Your Honor, can the state tell us exactly what time they sent their last version so that we know we're working from the same thing?
Honestly, I'm having them resend it to me right now because I can't find it, so please resend it to everybody.
Thank you.
I don't think they did either. And now, that's the one we'll be working off from the state. So just
Your Honor, just for clarity,
Yeah.
number one, we've given the defense counsel a hard copy.
Yeah.
I understand the email before the email again. There is only one version. There haven't been multiple versions.
That is the proposed instruction from Mr. Harvey that was sent Sunday evening.
I just reported to Ms. Percival.
Okay.
It was sent at 7:38 a.m. It does not have the style of the case. It's the exact.
Okay.
And we are
Was sent yesterday evening. It is titled Limiting Instructions, sent 8/11/2024.
Understood. I was just
I mean, if you want a hard copy, it's just one page. Ms. Percival, is your computer hooked up to this printer? Can you just send it to print and I'll hand them one?
No. She's gonna print it.
Generally, the first 4 paragraphs, if you will, of the state's proposed instruction is just kind of a, hey, here's why we're talking about this. Yes.
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have some comments on every paragraph, I believe, except paragraph 4 and 5. We do not oppose 4 and 5, but if I can say what the problems are in 1, 2, and 3, since you.
Gonna need you to speak up a little bit more or pick that mic up.
Okay. Paragraph 1. I don't think that that's appropriate to just start out with that instruction without talking about what the indictment is, not just a charging document, but that there's a presumption of innocence. It's not evidence at all.
All right, let me pause, and I have requested from Judge Glanville's court reporter a copy of the preliminary instructions he gave the jury so that I know what got told to the jury and what didn't. I would have said that at the beginning of a trial, but I'm not sure. I haven't reviewed yet what he told the jury.
He did.
He did. Okay. So, I mean, I am not going to re-give all of the preliminary instructions. What I'm trying to do is just call the attention. So, I mean, if you want to ditch the part about an indictment, that's fine.
Okay. And then
We'll strike that.
and then on second paragraph,
Yep.
it's sometimes referred to as RICO. It really is sometimes referred to as a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. It's not just this is a RICO conspiracy, not a RICO violation.
Oh, yeah, no, I think that when it says, which is sometimes referred to as RICO, I think they mean the Georgia Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act.
Okay. Paragraph 3, I did not have an objection for.
All
I
right.
did not have an objection.
Okay,
I have objections to others, but you
okay,
stopped
I
at 3.
hadn't gotten that far either. All right, so taking a little bit from Mr. Harvey's too to open it up. I'm thinking generally, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the instructions that I'm about to give you apply to the evidence that has already been admitted in this trial and to all of the evidence yet to be admitted during the remainder of the trial, because that would be nice for them to know. And then count 1 of the indictment charges a conspiracy to violate Georgia's racketeer and blah, blah, blah. Okay, and then at the end of the case, you'll be given detailed instructions about what's required to establish a RICO conspiracy violation. At that time, I will also give you detailed instructions about the other charges, or I'm going to say counts in the indictment, as well as other important principles of law. But today, as we resume this trial, I want to give you a brief explanation of some principles that you may want, some principles to keep in mind while you listen to the evidence. This is not a substitute for the more detailed instructions I'll give you at the end of the case. All right, that's as far as I've gotten in consolidating the two of them. All right, so I would think maybe the next thing to say is sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose against some defendants, but not others, or for some counts of the indictment, but not others, just to kind of give them generally, hey, this is what I'm about to tell you all about. Thoughts on that?
I think that's an accurate statement, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes,
one thought on that.
yes.
I think the statement you summarized is accurate. My only question is whether you want to add to it something that says, if you have been instructed previously that it's for a limited purpose, follow that instruction. If I instruct you in the future or at the end of the case, follow that instruction. It just moors them a little bit to how
Okay.
this works. That's all.
Your Honor, we object to that. We think that it complicates it.
Where are you, the person? Okay.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
Westmoreland, we object to that. We think that it complicates it and it's unnecessary.
I also believe, unless Mr. Floyd can refresh my memory, that there were no instructions given like this at all.
Okay. I think what you propose would be true. I don't know that there's been any limiting instruction given. I don't think that there has been. Somebody can correct me, but and I'm about to hone them in on for this particular purpose. So I think that it's probably cleaner without that. I appreciate the thought though.
Understood. And I assume then that if you decide to give such a specific instruction, you'll just tell them at that time, follow by
Here's one of those
instruction,
examples.
and that would work fine for us.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I am thinking that with regard to the remainder of the state's proposed instructions, this is more detailed than I want to give them at this point in time. This is not the purpose of this set of instructions. So I may kind of move to Mr. Harvey's for most of what else I say, and then if the state thinks something else really needs to be added, I'll listen to y'all. But I'm thinking something to the effect of, and this is not final, this is me doing it on the fly right now, but I'm thinking something like, in this trial, count one charges each of the defendants with the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Since all of the defendants are charged with count one, and since all of the other counts charged in this indictment is asserted to be an overt act in furtherance of the alleged RICO Act violation, you may consider all of the evidence that is admitted when you are considering whether the state has proved the RICO conspiracy as to each defendant in count one. I don't know where the in count one goes, but however, when you are considering the remaining counts, except as I have just instructed you concerning the RICO count, you may only consider the evidence of that count against the defendant or defendants who are charged with that count. You must not consider the evidence, well, I don't know if I've even thought about this part before, but the rest of Mr. Harvey's proposed instruction is you must not consider evidence related to one count as evidence of a different count. You also must not consider evidence regarding one person as evidence regarding a person uncharged in that count. I don't think we need that part, honestly. All right, so that might be then just the end of those instructions. So the burden, they have been told at the beginning, the burden's always on the state to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. They will be told in detail at the end about the burden. This is not the time for that. Other thoughts? Yes.
Regarding the last part that you thought was not necessary,
Yeah.
I'm just going to draw your attention. Mr. Zachary has asserted in his prior statements that and potentially may assert as he testifies that my client was a part of shooting up some houses as alleged as an overt act in this indictment. He is not listed as an individual in the indictment on that overt act. Additionally, Mr. Zachary and Mr. Cope or Mr. Zachary, I'm sorry, has asserted that my client and he may provide evidence of this from the stand that my client was involved in the Lil Wayne bus shooting. My client is not listed in the indictment as having, it's not alleged that my client committed either of those acts. And so I do believe that that last section is appropriate when the jury has to consider whether my client has committed those acts, because he is not charged with that in the indictment. And I understand there's just overt acts, but they still list who they believe, they put us on notice on who they believe the perpetrators were, and my client is not listed.
It's not listed in count one as to that. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Well, when I say count one, he's charged in count one.
Right,
But he's not listed
for
in
the
those-
overt act.
Correct.
Okay, but in that regard, no matter who they're saying we think did this, if they are proving a conspiracy, then it gets considered against all of them with regard to, did this overt act occur, no matter who did it, if it's a member of the conspiracy. So it's not actually true that you can't consider that, but that's not, so that, go
I
ahead.
believe that my stance is they can consider it as to, they can consider all evidence as to whether there is in fact a RICO organization or if people are charged, but ultimately the burden of proof is on them proving
It as they alleged it in the indictment.
as
Yeah.
they alleged in the indictment in at least one overt
And
act.
right, and I agree, and I do think that I'm going to give a special verdict that sets forth each of the overt acts and has the jury find them. And Mr. Floyd's looking at me, and he may have something to say about that. And we're probably a long way away from what the final jury instructions are going to be and what the verdict's going to look like. But I do know that we are going to have some sort of a way to determine that the jury found at least one overt act within the RICO statute of limitations in order for them to find it. And I'm not sure of another way to ensure that that was their actual finding, but that's an argument for another day. I appreciate your objection and I'm considering it, but I don't think that part of it is necessary.
Just a brief response, Your Honor. I agree. We're not there yet. And that's the tension in all of this is trying to have the porridge be neither too hot nor too cold. If you don't go, if you only go into use the most superficial terminology and it's not contextualized, they'll be confused, not helped. If we do the whole thing now, we'll end up almost inevitably giving different instructions at the end and they'll conflict.
Right.
Pasha v. State is the case on the point Mr. Sharp was making, and it makes it very clear that any one overt act by any member of the conspiracy satisfies the statute, so they don't have to all be alleged against each one, and we don't have to prove more than one. The only, going back to where you were prior to the objection, and you may not want to address this now, but there's a kind of middle ground here because we have gang act charges.
Right.
And in this case, and I think you recognize this on Thursday, the gang YSL is YSL, the enterprise is YSL.
Right.
They're the same thing. And of course, the definitions under the two statutes are very similar. So evidence that comes in as to count one that would tend to show YSL as a gang would be admissible under any gang act provision, because we don't have to prove the specific defendant was a gang. We just have to prove there was a gang. In that context, they will be under the law entitled to consider it. I don't know if you want to go that deep at this point in time. I think the most important thing is to not say something that has to be taken back later, because it's always harder.
Okay.
It's always harder to do it twice than it is to do it once. But I wouldn't That's just an issue for all of us to grapple with and be aware of. And, I don't know if you want to create an exception that says, unless I otherwise instruct you during the case, during the course of the case, or at the end of the case.
No, but
Okay.
thank you. How about? All right, after I say the paragraph about how they can consider it for the RICO count, I will give you more detailed instructions regarding the gang counts later.
Your Honor. Yes.
Yes,
We would object to that. You cover that to the jury that you're going to give them further instructions as we go along at the end of the case. So we would object to specifying.
I was about to add at every other count later, just typing, thinking as I go. Appreciate that. All right. I will give you more detailed instruction regarding the gang counts and every other count later. However, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, blah, blah, blah. Thoughts?
Well, Your Honor, we would ask that you reconsider pointing out the gang count to say the gang count in all other counts draws attention to it. I think it becomes confusing. We're dealing with
Okay.
a limited issue right now, and that will be fully covered by you to the jury later.
All right. All right. Then I'll just say, however, generally, when you're considering the remaining counts, and we'll just have to flesh it out later, unless you can come up with something, Mr. Floyd.
Two thoughts. One is there are quite a few gang counts. It's not just one. So it's a whole category under the remaining counts. And therefore, given how substantial it is, the idea that you're overemphasizing one thing versus the other,
Mhm.
I don't think that's a realistic objection or concern here. Secondly, if the court, and this is the state's sort of overriding concern here, is that the result of this not be to inadvertently paint the court into a corner that becomes difficult to deal with down the road because the concepts are complicated enough. So as long as they know what they need to know now, and it's very clear to them the real instructions that will govern their verdict.
They're all real instructions.
Okay,
They'll just be more detailed.
How should I, what you said, the more detailed instructions are going to come later, and in essence, that this just helps them organize the evidence in their minds as it comes in, but
Right.
it doesn't tell them exactly what to do with it. We don't have an objection.
All right, and honestly, I have taken out some of what I was going to say too. So I am thinking for that paragraph now, it is just going to say, however, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, you may consider the evidence of that count only against the defendants who are charged with that count. And frankly, that's true. You should only be considering it, even as to the gang counts, against the defendant charged in that count. So that does not in any way limit, when we get there later, consideration of that element of whether there's a gang and whether anything's in furtherance of the gang. That's just, you're limiting it to the defendants charged. So I think it avoids the issue that you appropriately raised.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
We agree, Your Honor.
All right, great. All right, so I think the next thing we need to do is get Mr. Copeland in and find out how he feels now that he has woken up on Monday.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
5 minutes before we bring it.
Sure. All right, we'll recess shortly for a short break.
just like a G, you know? Trouble, what's part of fight? Before they do it. I wake up and go get me some new money. You know I'm living like a G. These little niggas ain't gonna take nothing from me. You know we do it like a G. I swear to God I fuck on anyone. Just like a gangster, just like a G. It's duct taping YSL. You know I do it like a G. G's up, hoes down. G's up, hoes down. Get a little bit loud. G's up, hoes down. A little bit long. G's up, hoes down. G's up, hoes down. G's up, hoes down. Get a little bit loud. G's up, hoes down. Y'all. G's up, hoes down.
Like a thief in the night. I take anything but some pussy. She got that head like a dyke. She got that head that I like. Deep in your partner ain't right. Put that little baby on ice. I made that paper like right. Right on that bucket, your motherfucking life. School on.
I promise you know me. I pull up by my cake. Where I'm from is not safe. I got fish on my lake. Scoop them grits out of plate. Yeah, she thought it was steak. I'm a thief in the night. Make her ride like a bike. I go down on a dike. I go up on my price. I might drop him both slice. Kicking out like Uncle Ice. I got grits at the beach. And they white like a rice. Let trouble take your life. After I give you 5.
Hey, straight put that 5 to the side. It ain't no question how nigga gon' rock when they come with them questions. My nigga get quiet. Shh. Nigga sit quiet. Yeah. I am not taking no disrespect. You bad, you on, you gon' fit. Know that won't happen on me. I drop a key like that motherfucking beat.
I look good as your dad on a Friday. So many cars I gotta buy a driveway. Never gon' let them live a nigga crime pay. Serving these SOPs instead of popping. Pockets fed up like they jumped them. YSL love me in a condom. Making baby and boo like a uncle. I'm so geeked up, I'm like fuck a condom.
Like a thief in the night. I take anything but some pussy. She got that head like a dyke. She got that head that I like. Deep in your partner ain't right. Put that little baby on ice. I made that paper like right. Right on that bucket, your motherfucking life. School on.
I promise you know me. I pull up by my cake. Where I'm from is not safe. I got fish on my lake. Scoop them grits out of plate. Yeah, she thought it was steak. I'm a thief in the night. Make her ride like a bike.
I get them all on the race. She didn't even know what it was, but she tasted. I dig in the shit, sound like Jason. I be your burgers at more than occasion. They betting on me like in Vegas. Betting on me like I'm Vegas. Stick to the code, man, it won't be no trade. Thugger, tell me what would you say? What would you say?
No J money, but my gun say bow. Papa Miley look better than Fiend. I'm the target, motherfucker, no beam. No, this shit is not good as it seems. I might give her the blues with no jeans. I can shit like a chunk and a chain. I'm a boss, I'm about that unity. Sandwiches, you know you in between.
And you gotta know we at the green. You gotta be young nigga wildin' and Billie Jean. Gotta have baby for life, feed. You ain't with it, you a L. Still getting it, yeah, bound. Break it down on the scale. If it add up, hell yeah, do it. Laugh back, I seen ran to it. The thief in the night. I take anything but some pussy. She got that head like a dyke. She got that head that I like. Deep in your partner ain't right. Put that little baby on ice. I made that paper like right. Right on that bucket, your motherfucking life. School on.
I promise you know me. I pull up by my cake. Where I'm from is not safe. I got fish on my lake. Scoop them grits out of plate. Yeah, she thought it was steak. I'm a thief in the night. Make her ride like a bike.
We got London on the track.
First you get that money, then you get that power. If he tune in, knows up, but he on that powder. Now you walk around with 50 in your trousers. Diamonds bullying on my chest, no fucking blouse. Bitch, I make it rain showers. You did that. Ain't want no thing about you, you can seal that. Hit him with that blocker, nigga, get back. Feed that bitch that never crack, get that. Before I go without a sec, I swear it back. I spot my bitch and now she acting like a brick. I'm in Ellis, I know Jimmy, he got racks. Yeah, bitch, I'm bleeding like a tank. Roll it, put me on your back. Jeffery show my diamond, got him like a tag. I'm a cat, I'ma take all them pussy racks. Pussy nigga bad, I look back. Or else I'm killing them. Yeah, that's a fact. Blood all over my timber. She make a nigga say, what? I swear to God, she feeling them. She suck like 8 dicks, I call her. I took her on. Hey! First you get that money, then you get that power. If he he tuned in, knows up, but he on that powder. Now you walk around with 50 in your trousers. Diamonds bullying on my chest, no fucking blouse. Bitch, I make it rain, shower. You dig that? Ain't want no thing about you, you can seal that. Hit him with that blocker, nigga, get back. Feed that bitch that never crack, get that. Bitch, I dig it. I eat ice cream with my chicken. Bitch, I'm rich just like a Simmons, not Lil Dicky. If I got legs, bitch, you know I'm gonna get it. She got good head, so she welcome to my business. Big Benny, that big Benny. I'm around with the Simmons, cause I know these niggas hear me. Did you make my Instagram or how I keep my pimpin'? Chain, you keep that in some spade, I'm sippin'. I'm a rocket, I can't stop it. I'm a GTV, boy, bitch, I'm poppin'. I need coke, like where the fuck is poppin'? If you try to run off, you know we popped your night. First you get that money, then you get that power. If he tuned in, knows up, but he on that powder. Now you walk around with 50 in your trousers. Diamonds bullying on my chest, no fucking blouse. Bitch, I make it rain, shower. You did that. Ain't want no thing about you, you can seal that. Hit him with that blocker, nigga, get back. Feed that bitch that never crack, get that. YSL for life, bitch. Yeah, fuck you, your mom, and everything else. Free to go. That's my best friend. Bless me. Big old booty bitch message from Texas. What's Nessa? I'm a skeet, all a nigga couldn't catch me. And that's my bestie, my best friend. Go best friend. Nigga living TTG and everything is still on fleek. Bad bitch rolling with me, she gon' smile cause she on fleek. $100,000 out my pay, my shit on bleed. Yeah. Take them boys to school, swagger number 3. Bitch, I'm bleeding bad, like a bumblebee. Hold up, hold it, nigga proceed. I'ma eat that booty just like groceries. Eat on that booty, lay that bitch down like they do it. No type of bitch eat that wood, Supply your bitch, I got pistols, no wood. Hop on tacos that are making good. Helicopter chopping with the buzz. Stuff them rats inside them if they nudge. Bang that other side, nigga, curse. Have my reefer louder than a speaker. Yeah, my niece is hanging with the Beatles. If you ever find a better keeper. 37 cameras for the sneakers. Going out like Ox or Benny Siegel. Send a cop, I can't wait to mistreat him. Forcing your hoe, I can't wait to mislead him. And beat them, they my people. That's my best friend. Bless me. Big old booty bitch message from Texas. What's Nessa? I'm a skeet, all a nigga couldn't catch me. And that's my bestie, my best friend. Go best friend. Nigga living TTG and everything is still on fleek. Bad bitch rolling with me, she gon' smile cause she on fleek. $100,000 out my pay, my shit on bleed. Yeah. Let me tell you how I spent a couple hundreds today. I done cut back on that lean, I'm on that hit them do sick. Don't do no talking when you see you better shoot in his face. I got 100 bitches that can't wait to replay. Michael Jackson, nigga, Thugger Jackson, moonwalking. The slime army, 2 shots. Me a horny goat, I'm bullying at the bull stop. No, I can't get arrested, cause I'm talking about my necklace. I'ma put that bitch in the park. I'm a dog, they get stuck. My little sister, dog, we don't like it, chums and give me love. What up, cuz? Hear your cup, come my bud, bring my buck. Your crew suck, don't got bucks. These ain't drugs, nigga. That's my best friend. Bless me. Big old booty bitch message from Texas. What's Nessa? I'm a skeet, all a nigga couldn't catch me. And that's my bestie, my best friend. Go best friend. Nigga living TTG and everything is still on fleek. Bad bitch rolling with me, she gon' smile cause she on fleek. $100,000 out my pay, my shit on bleed. Yeah. coming full speed, got that V12 running. And I'ma jump the fence if I see 12 coming. Even if I were blind, I could still smell money. I can't trust no outside niggas, they could tell on me. I'm the alphabet boy, cause I keep a L on me. I smoke good, throwing up my set in your hood, nigga. I be feeling like the man when I walk through. Can't stand what you saying when I walk through. I got all these hoes staring when I walk through. How to make a few bands on the walk through. Watch me, hey, why me walk through? Watch me, hey, why me walk through? Hey, why me walk through? How to make a few bands on the walk through. I be feeling like the man when I walk through. Can't stand what you saying when I walk through. I got all these hoes staring when
is finishing up the last edits that we discussed to those jury instructions. Anything else before we get Mr. Copeland in and find out his intentions?
May I briefly address the court, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
I just want to make sure that the court saw that I requested a certificate of immediate review on your denial of my motion for mistrial. I believe I sent an email to Ms. Percival on Friday.
I did see that, and
Okay.
I instructed Ms. Percival to issue an order denying it. If that didn't get filed, I'm sorry, but I'll be denying that.
So that's, I just want to make sure that you
I
did see
appreciate
it.
Yeah,
Okay. I would encourage you to grant it, Your Honor.
I'm sure that you would, but I'm denying it.
All right, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
won't continue to argue then.
Anything else? Better that y'all be cold than that I be hot, so I'm not changing it, sorry. So there, I think I've mentioned before, there are 2 other thermostats somewhere in this courtroom that are supposed to control the courtroom area. And if y'all want to adjust those up, you're fine with that. I'm sorry if y'all are cold. Sorry. All right. Let's, and I assume we've got Mr. Melnick with us. Let's get Mr. Copeland and Mr. Melnick in. All right, it's Monday morning now, and I need to find out from you what your intention is with regard to whether you are going to testify in this case, you have been granted immunity so that the privilege of self-incrimination is no longer relevant because the state can't use anything that you might say in answer to their questions or any other questions against you. And you have been instructed with the benefit of counsel as to the consequences if you don't testify. So I'm asking you now what your intention is.
May I speak?
You can answer my question, please. And so you're under subpoena. The state intends to question you. Are you going to answer any of those questions? Are you going to testify in this case?
Well, Your Honor, I've been pressured from the get-go. You know what I mean? Like, even when I went to the meeting with Glenville, I have told him over and over and over and over. You know what I mean? This is on my conscience. I got to keep distracting myself every day because I've been dragged down in here to here because of lies that I don't told. I'm tired of y'all bothering me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you're tired of being bothered, but you're under subpoena. It's a valid court order. So your decision at this point is, yes, I will abide by the subpoena and testify, or no, I will not abide by the subpoena and the immunity order, and I will be held in contempt for my refusal and put in jail. So which is your decision?
But I did the time for all my crimes that I was caught for.
Sure, this would not be any kind of punishment for any crimes you may or may not have committed. This would be that you have been ordered by a court to testify. And if you refuse to testify, you're held in contempt. You're saying, I refuse to listen to the court's order and obey it. And it is not a punishment, it is an incentive to have you change your mind and obey the court order. So which is your decision?
Can you explain it to me?
So we talked about
It's
it.
the same thing that Glenville doing to me?
It is the same order that is still in control. You have a subpoena for your testimony. That is a court order. You also have a court order that says anything that you say can't be used against you, other than if you get on the stand and lie and it amounts to perjury, you can be charged with that or with false statements. But if you refuse to testify altogether, when you're under a court order to do that, then that is considered contempt because you're saying, I don't care what the court has ordered, I'm not going to do it. And then you'll be put in jail through the end of this trial.
So
Or until you decide, you know what, I think I will testify after all.
So let me, Your Honor, I'm telling you to your face, you just said that something about it, they can lock me up for lying. I'm telling you to your face, this is all I do. And you're telling me that they can lock me up if I lie. But if I sit here and testify, so the E-way going to jail.
No, not with regard to anything that you might testify to that might otherwise admit to a crime or admit to your involvement in a crime. That's what the immunity order does. And I'm sure Mr. Melnick has explained this to you, and I know I've explained it previously, but none of that is going to result in you being put in jail because they cannot use that evidence against you to prove any of those crimes that you might incriminate yourself about. So are you going to testify or not? Do you want to talk to Mr. Melnick again? No, okay.
All right.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so I'm going to have you step out for just a minute while we get the jury in. Mr. Melnick, if you could step out with him, please. Just so Yes, ma'am. I am. I was gonna see if anybody had anything to say first.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my motion for a mistrial based on coercion by Judge Glanville. This is based on the fact that Mr. Copeland, having now been properly instructed that he would only be incarcerated until the end of trial versus his instruction previously that he would be incarcerated forever. He's now deciding to testify. I think at this point, it demonstrates the coercion by Judge Glanville. So I'd like you to reconsider that.
I don't think it just demonstrates anything of the sort. I think it demonstrates that he's now been properly advised and he's making a decision anew. Thank you. Overruled. Yes.
Housekeeping matter, is the Harvey rule still under your
Yes.
guidance, still in
Yes,
effect? Okay,
yes, it is.
thank you.
Okay, and so I'm going to have the jury out. I'm going to give them the 3 instructions that we just discussed. Then we'll have Mr. Copeland in. I'd like him resworn, and then you can pick up from whatever you want to do post 3 p.m. June 12th.
And Your Honor, may I just step outside to see if Mr. Melnick has informed Mr. Copeland that there's going to be some testimony he's going to have to repeat? My interactions with Mr. Copeland, he'll get frustrated.
Okay, you know what? Why don't you, instead of you going to talk to anybody, just can I have Mr. Melnick in again?
Yeah.
Real fast. That's a good idea, though, to tell him that. I don't know if he's been told that or not. I don't think Mr. Melnick was in here this morning when we were discussing the directions or the instructions.
Just while we're waiting, you're going to bring them in after you give the instruction, maybe excuse.
Certain. Mr. Melnick, I just wanted to make sure, because you weren't in here this morning when we were discussing it, and you may or may not have been in here for any of the times we were discussing it, but we are going to be essentially redoing everything post-recusal motion, and I didn't know if Mr. Copeland was aware of that or not. So some of the things he's going to feel like, man, I already said this once, but he's going to have to say it again because I'm telling the jury disregard a lot of the last few days of his testimony.
So, I believe he's aware of it.
Okay.
As far as what he remembers about what he testified.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. And
Your Honor.
yes.
With respect to Mr. Copeland being resworn, I would ask the court to remind Mr. Copeland
That he's still under oath. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Since we are accepting the first part of his testimony anyway, sure, I'll do that. Anything else before we bring the jury in? Okay, let's go ahead and get the jury.
Mr. President, Council President.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, y'all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Judge Paige Reese Whitaker. Judge Earl Glanville is no longer the judge presiding over this case. I will be the presiding judge in this case moving forward, and you are not to concern yourselves with this change. Let me remind you, as I assume the presiding duties in this case, that none of my decisions and nothing that I say during the trial is evidence, just like none of Judge Glanville's decisions and nothing Judge Glanville said during the trial is evidence. The decisions and remarks of a judge do not mean that the judge favors or leans to one side or another in this case. The court is only interested in seeing that this case is tried fairly based on the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. You are to disregard any comments that may have been made by Judge Glanville that may have been disparaging of any of the lawyers in this case. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, I remind you that you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial and the law as I will explain it to you. Now, I know that you have been on a bit of a break, but prior to that break, witness Kenneth Copeland was testifying. I'm going to instruct you and admonish you now that you are to disregard any and all of Mr. Copeland's testimony and any evidence introduced during that testimony that came after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th, which was the last break for that day. And that is, you are to disregard any and all testimony and evidence that came after the questioning and answers about Mr. Copeland's involvement in the Atlanta Blood Gang, ABG, and his January 11th, 2015 interview with Detective Thorpe of the Atlanta Police Department. The court is going to be collecting any of the notes you wrote during that portion of the trial, and I'm going to give you a short break in just a moment to identify those notes and provide those notes to my staff attorney, Ms. Persifield. And I'd like to find out at this point in time if there are any of you who cannot set aside and disregard that portion that I just mentioned of Mr. Copeland's testimony and evidence in the deliberations in this case. That is everything after his testimony about ABG and after the 3 p.m. break on Wednesday, June 12th. If there is anybody who cannot set aside and completely disregard that portion of the evidence in your deliberations, please stand up now and let me know if there are any of you. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give you a quick break to go back in and identify that portion of your notes and provide them to the staff attorney. And then I'll have you back out. I'll give you some other short instructions and we'll resume the testimony. So y'all can go ahead and do that for now for me. Thank you. All right, y'all be seated. And while they're out doing that, let me just ask y'all what was the practice with regard to order of cross-examination? Is somebody just taking it as the team? Somebody will handle it? Okay. All right.
When you say taking it as the team.
Like, is there going to be one of you fine lawyers who's going to represent the questioning for all of the different defendants, or are we doing all 6 of you individually? Okay, what order are y'all going in is what I was trying to.
There's no particular order, Your Honor. Whoever gets up and starts.
Okay. Just find out from each of you whether you have anything else. Okay. You may, but I'm not going to wait for you to get back to bring the jury back. Okay. And we'll just recess in place at this point until the jury is finished with their note. That the jurors, being good stewards of the environment, are taking double-sided notes. So it may be that something has to be erased from the first side, but they need it for the other side. So it's going to take just a minute because they're going to have to make, make copies and give back to them the parts that they can continue to utilize. So in the meantime, I believe, let's see, Miss DeWilliams, you filed a Jackson Deno about some statements by Mr. Ryan. So we'll probably deal with that during our non-jury week next week. Really, that should have been filed by whatever date that was I gave you about 3 weeks ago. When I first took over this case, no reason that could have been filed then. And also, you are essentially just very broadly saying voluntariness, Miranda, and I need some specifics if we're going to actually sort that out. Okay, so you need to particularize that motion. All right, next. The motion in limine 49 now supplemented that had to do with that PowerPoint presentation with one of the gang experts. Can one of y'all speak to that? I know Miss Love's out of the room. It had appeared that there was an agreement that the state was not going to use that, but then it looked like nothing ever got reduced to writing as an order to that effect. What's the state's intention with regard to either version of that PowerPoint? Because if you're not going to use it, then I don't need to make a decision. And if a decision already got made, then y'all need to acknowledge that as well.
You're right. I think we were trying to check whether or not there was an agreement made before we announced it. So
well, Mr. Steele cited you to, page and verse, so it shouldn't take much more than that.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm stepping in because I did not see Mr. Steele's motion. So if you give me 1 second.
Well, that was filed on Friday, the supplement. So I need an answer to that. We can circle back on that at the end of the day. Just trying to do some housekeeping while we have time anyway.
Your Honor, speaking about housekeeping, do we have the evidence downstairs for the case?
It's somewhere. If y'all need it.
We need the evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll have to go retrieve it.
Okay, thank you.
right, the jurors, we have retrieved the notes that they are not to have or consider, and they have back the notes that portions of the notes that they can have. So we are ready on that front. And I believe we are ready to get Mr. Copeland back in and pick up with his testimony. So, yeah, we can go ahead and get him on the stand. No, I'm just going to remind him that he is still under oath. Oh, actually, tell them to hold off because get them in. I still have this one page of instructions, so then we'll have him in. Yeah, get them now. Thanks. So we're going to get the jury in. It's honestly fine either way if he's already on the way. He's not. Okay. Thank you. All right, y'all can be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the instructions that I'm about to give you apply to the evidence that has already been admitted during this trial and to all of the evidence yet to be admitted during the remainder of this trial. Count 1 of the indictment charges a conspiracy to violate Georgia's Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is sometimes referred to as RICO. At the end of the case, I will give you detailed instructions about what is required to establish a RICO conspiracy violation. And at that time, I will also give you detailed instructions about the other counts in the indictment, as well as other important principles of law. But today, as we resume this trial, I want to give you a brief explanation of some principles to just keep in mind while you listen to the evidence. This is not a substitute for the more detailed instructions that I will give you at the end of the case. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose against some defendants, but not others, or for some counts of the indictment, but not others. In this trial, count 1 charges each of the defendants with the crime of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Since all of the defendants are charged in count 1, and since each of the other counts charged in this indictment is asserted to be an overt act in furtherance of the alleged RICO Act violation, you may consider all of the evidence that is admitted when you are considering whether the state has proved the RICO conspiracy as to each defendant in count 1. However, generally, when you are considering the remaining counts, you may consider the evidence of that count only against the defendants who are charged in that count. All right, we are going to go ahead and resume with Mr. Copeland's testimony. So let's go ahead and get him in. All right, Mr. Copeland, I'm going to remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Mr. Copeland, do you know a person by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
Or say you don't recall if you know someone by the name of Shell Cal?
Sustain.
Do you recall speaking with law enforcement about an individual that you know by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
I want to go back to December of 2014 and into January of 2015. Were you present at a gambling house in Lakewood when the shooting occurred?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you. Also, back in 2015, do you remember being at a Cascade skating ring speaking with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall.
Back in January of 2015, do you recall being at a Club Crucial and getting into a fight with an individual by the name of Shell Cal?
I don't recall nothing that happened years ago.
All right. Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to talk about whether or not you were involved in the murder of an individual by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Say that again.
Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to speak about your potential involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall.
Right. On January 11th, 2015, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department at about 3:00 in the morning?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you speak with a detective by the name of Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall who I speak with. I don't recall.
And during that interview, did you go down there to speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall who I spoke with.
Okay. And in that same interview, did you speak with him about not just the murder of Donovan Thomas, but events that led up to the murder of Donovan Thomas on June 10th, 2015?
I'm a liar. So you want me to remember something that I done lied about in the past? Like I don't know.
So my question for you is, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department? Is your response you don't recall?
I don't recall.
And during that interview with Detective Thorpe at the Atlanta Police Department, did you provide him your name and your date of birth?
Huh?
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department and met with Detective Thorpe, did you give him your date of birth?
I don't know.
Okay. And is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
What?
Is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
I think.
Okay. And during this interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you also have a middle name of Xavier?
I don't know what I told. I don't remember what I told him. I'm not trying to say the wrong thing so y'all can lock me back up.
All right. Well, just bear with me. We're going to go through that interview, okay?
Objection to the commentary.
Now,
Disregard of the commentary by the witness.
now, during the interview, Did you speak with Detective Thorpe about the issues you had with a person by the name of Kel?
I don't recall.
And did you speak with Detective Thorpe about a problem that the two of you all had in the club?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview that Kel was Nut's little brother?
I don't know if they brothers or not.
Okay, so do you know who Kel is?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And when I say Nut, is that Donovan Thomas Jr.?
You asking me that?
I am asking you that.
Say that again?
Sure. Do you know a person that goes by the name of Nut?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, in that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe about you and Kel getting into the fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall nothing from 2015, 14, 16, none of that.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel had been in a beef for maybe about no longer than 4 months? And this was back in 2015.
And he's still alive?
My question is, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you, Michelle Kel, at that time in 2015, had a beef and it was probably going on around 4 months at that time?
I tell the detective whatever they want me to say, whatever they want to hear, whatever. So if I said it to him, I said it to him. I don't recall what I said to no police.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that whenever y'all were in the club, y'all would initially just throw up birds at each other?
Huh?
In this January 11, 2000 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially, when you and Shell Kel were in the club, y'all never really fist fought, y'all just would throw up birds at each other?
Like I told you, before y'all called me to trial, I have lied. I made things up. I told you this before y'all brought me in this courtroom. And I'm telling you now, you asked me about 2015, I have got my life together. Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressured me. I'm tired of y'all, because y'all know y'all are wrong. And y'all black people doing this to us.
And I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all piss me off. Listen, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. I'm telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're gonna have to get through the questions. You can just continue to say you don't recall if that's what it is.
That's what you want me to say?
I want you to
Hang on,
answer the
everybody, for
question.
just a minute.
Objection, improper instruction of the witness and how to testify.
I don't think that you were instructing him how to testify. I hope not.
Oh,
But
I
don't
am not.
instruct him how to testify other than truthfully.
Thank you. And that's
Any
all.
other objection, or was that covered? All right, go ahead.
If you can answer the questions truthfully, and we can move forward. Can we do that?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, going back to 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe first about a meeting that you had with Shell Kel at the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Have you ever been to the Cascade skating rink?
I don't recall.
Is the Cascade skating rink in Atlanta?
I don't recall.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that while at the Cascade skating rink that you met and that you talked to Shell Kel about all the beef that you had with each other?
I want to talk I'm gonna be doing with my gun.
Okay. Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you had a gun at the Cascade skating rink?
I would never tell the police nothing I did.
Okay. Now, back in 2015, did you meet with Atlanta Police Department detectives on at least 5 occasions after the murder of Nutt?
I met with them a lot of times.
Okay. And during each of those times, did you talk to them about what was happening between YSL and Ifgang?
Nah, I was telling them whatever I think that get them out for me.
Okay. Did you go and talk to the police after your car was shot up on the highway?
It's called finessing.
Okay, but did your car get shot up while you were on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you, your child, and your child's mother get shot at while you were leaving your home?
They got shot at.
Okay, were you with them?
Not my kids and my child, mama.
Were you coming out of the house with you, your child, and your child's mother? Did that occur?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did your girlfriend's father's home get shot up after Donovan Thomas got murdered?
I don't recall.
All right. So going back to January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel talked about the beef that the two of you had with each other?
I don't recall.
Okay. And during that, when you and Kel spoke, Kel asked you to call Thug on the telephone. It's effect on the listener, Anna.
It's a what? I'm sorry.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor, not whether or not he called, but what he did in response to being asked that.
All right. Overruled.
So did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you met with Kel at the Cascade skating ring, he asked you to call Thug?
Okay, so this what happened.
Okay.
The police kept locking me up for whatever they could. Every time I came out the door, the police was on me, and they keep bringing up Thug's name. So what I did was to get them off of me. I said, Thug did this, Thug did that, Thug did, because I knew they would never. I knew he didn't do it, and in my mind, I knew that the police would never go mess with him. So it was easy for me to try to throw the blame off on him to get them off of me, and that's what I was doing from all these years. I don't remember what I don't told them in the past, but my whole motive was Thug did it because I knew he didn't do it, and they couldn't lock him up, and they keep talking about Thug. So guess what I'm gonna tell them? Yeah. What else you want me to tell them? Yeah, he killed this person. Yeah, he did that. That's what I'm gonna do. And that's right now. If I walk out this thing and they say the police stop me now, hey man, give me something about Thug. Shit, I'm about to make something up about him again.
On January 11, 2015, when you went to speak to the police, when they called you, did they ask you about Thug or did they ask you about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did you go down to the police department on your own to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Did I go on my own?
Did you walk into the police department by yourself to tell them on the morning of January 11, 2015, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall going to the police, or you don't recall why?
I don't recall none of that.
All right.
I just know that every time the police was after me, trying to get me, they kept bringing his name up. And I knew that they had me what I had, so I was like, yeah, whatever y'all want me to say, I would say it. And that's why I told Gaither and Dennis, and that's why they kept coming after me, because they felt like, okay, they can make a case out of him or whatever they trying to do. So they knew that, okay, we gonna get Woody today, he gonna have something to say about Thug, and it's wrong. And y'all are wrong because y'all know that I'm full of shit. And y'all keep trying to drag me in here to bring up bullshit that y'all know I don't say it. Why is y'all doing that? Leave me alone. If y'all gonna charge me for what I don't did the time for the crimes y'all caught me for.
Okay. Would you mind your language while we're sitting here in court?
I'm trying to. Y'all need to give me a break because my blood pressure is real high. I keep telling y'all, leave me alone.
Okay. And the quicker we get through this, the quicker we can leave you alone. Do you understand?
Okay, I don't recall.
Okay. Going back to January 11th, 2015.
I don't recall.
Can I finish the
Wait
question?
and listen to the question first.
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department, Detective Thorpe didn't ask you about Thug. You brought up Thug. Do you recall that?
I did.
You did. Okay. So let's continue. During your meeting with Detective Thorpe, when you went down to the police department, did you tell him about the beef that you were having with Shell Cal?
Am I here to tell the truth or to remember my lies?
I want you to tell the truth.
But you keep going to my lies, though.
That's what you, back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe that this was a lie?
I would have told the police whatever. Listen, when they get me, I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna try to tell them whatever I can to finesse my way out of whatever situation that I'm in.
Okay. And it's only now in 2024 that you're saying that everything you said in 2015 is a lie. Is that correct?
Because I went to the feds. Y'all didn't let me out of jail till what, four years later? So if I was telling the truth then, why it took y'all so many years to try to say, okay, he was being honest or whatever the case is? If I was telling the truth, y'all would have made any case back then. Y'all knew I was lying. Y'all put me in jail. I go do my time. I get out of jail, try to get my life together. Y'all trying to drag me back into the lies that I done made. Y'all, what's up?
Can I ask you this? In 2021, when you interviewed with Investigator Viverito after you got out of prison, did you tell her that everything you said back in 2015 was the truth, but we as a state didn't believe you back then?
So my thing is, right? I went to jail. So the lies that I was telling, they didn't go for it. Y'all didn't go for it. Whoever didn't go for it. So I went to jail, did my time for it, right? And then y'all got me again. So guess what they say? Well, we're gonna bring up the name again, and guess what I'm gonna do? Try to finesse my way out of it again because y'all ain't touching for the lies I done told on them in the past. So guess what? It ain't nothing to put the blame on Thug for what I did. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna blame him for.
And let me
I don't recall.
Okay, and let me ask you this. You keep talking about Thug, but were you asked about other individuals as well? During all these interviews, were you asked about Shannon?
And I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Okay, were you asked about Demekion Garlington?
I'm gonna put the blame on him.
Were you asked about Quindarius Zachary?
I'm gonna put the blame on everybody but myself.
Okay, and during this time, did all the police, every time you spoke to someone, did they tell you that they are gonna have to verify what you said?
And did they?
My question to
Copeland,
you,
answer the question that she asked you.
did they tell you that we had to verify everything that you said?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when they told you they had to verify what you said, you continued to talk to the police.
Because with the knowledge that I have, it's nothing to trick the police.
But if they had to verify what you said, they had to make sure that what you said was true. How could you trick the police?
Easy.
Overruled.
How could you trick the police?
Easy.
How?
I can't tell you that.
Okay. Were you aware that the things that you talked about were verified?
Sustained. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Y'all all step back to the jury room for me. Thank you.
All right, from there.
All right, I don't know which, y'all can be seated. I don't know which
I got
person.
standing. go out.
You can go out. Thank you.
You say go out?
Yeah, just stick very close. Ms. Melnick, you're gonna go out there with him. All right, thank you. I don't know who voiced the objection first, but I mean the motion, who said they had a motion first, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the way I wrote down in my notes is that the prosecutor said, not a question, but a statement that the police verified inculpatory information from Mr. Copeland. That is not true, by the way. It is questionable whether anything's verified, but obviously jurors make that determination. That is testifying by the prosecution, that is bolstering by the prosecution, that is putting the prosecution's thumb on the scale of the justice, which none of this can be done. This is not the first time that the prosecutors have put themselves in as giving facts before the jury rather than just trying to obtain facts. So I am moving for a mistrial. If your honorable court denies it, I need curative instructions to strike it, and respectfully, if it happens again, it will not be the second time. It's a continuum. So I would ask the court, I know you weren't here, but to keep that in mind as we go forward as well. I'm not moving off my mistrial. I'm just anticipating. No one wants a mistrial. I didn't want a mistrial, but why say that to a witness? So I don't see any good faith in that question.
All right, thank you. Mr. Short,
I adopt everything that my motion is the same. I adopt everything that Mr. Attorney Steele said. I'll also say that in Attorney Hilton's statement that the claims of Mr. Copeland were verified by the police. It's an improper expression of belief by an advocate in front of the jury, and that is improper. And I'll also add, Your Honor, not only do I not believe it to be true, but also there has been absolutely no evidence presented that any of this has been verified.
all right,
So, thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. Response? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, everybody joins. Okay.
When I asked the question, Your Honor, what we will eventually get to with Mr. Copeland, I believe, is that he's the person who told the police initially on the night of the murder about certain facts that were verified. And when I say verified, that we have corroborating evidence to support it. So Mr. Copeland, when he talks to police in June of 2015, he told the police that Mr. Williams rented the car that was used in the murder from.
Can I stop you for just a second?
Yes.
It may be that some of the things were verified. It may be you have presented evidence or will present evidence that some of the things were verified. The question that you asked was, did you know that all of the things you told them were verified? So that's the issue.
Okay. And I didn't mean all, but some of the things that he told police were corroborated. Maybe my better version.
That's how you said it.
Correct. So it was inartful, but what I was talking about is the things that he told police was corroborated by other evidence. And so
do you have a response to their motion for mistrial with regard to you having said, did you know that all of the things you told the police were verified?
Your Honor, I would ask that a mistrial not be granted, but that you ask the jury to strike that question, and I can rephrase the question.
All right, you need to be more artful.
Yes.
From the get-go with your questioning from here on out, understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, I propose to instruct the jury, remind the jury that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence, and also to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from their minds. Any further curative instructions proposed?
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense? Talk into your mic if you don't mind for me.
make sure that after the court gives that instruction, we do not abandon the motions that have been joined in by everybody. So I don't have to get back up and say, that's not good enough.
No.
We don't agree
I'm
to.
asking you now, and I understand y'all would still prefer a mistrial, short of a mistrial, which I'm denying at this stage. These are the curative instructions I'm proposing. If understanding you'd still rather have the mistrial, is there anything further curatively that you all would like to add?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I have nothing.
All right. All right, nothing from anybody else.
No, Your Honor, just the same thing. The rule is that before the next question is posed, we have to again ask for a mistrial, but you just said that that's preserved, so nothing further.
Understood. All right, thank you. All right, we're ready to get the jury back in and Mr. Copeland back on the stand. You can do that first. And y'all, one of the jurors needs to be on a quick Zoom at 12:30, so we're going to break for lunch by that time. All right, everybody can be seated. Thank you. Actually, I'm not sure they are. Almost all jurors are present and accounted for. All right, thank you. All right, y'all be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that nothing that any attorney says in questioning is evidence. And I need you to strike Ms. Hilton's last question entirely from your minds. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to this January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that once Thug and Kel had a conversation and you thought everything was squashed between you and Kel, back in January of 2015?
What's your question?
Sure. Did you tell Detective Thorpe in the January 11th, 2015 interview that at the Cascade skating ring, Kel and Thug had a conversation and you thought your beef with Kel was squashed once you left the Cascade skating ring?
My motive was to get the heat off of me. The only way I was gonna get it off of me, what I thought by putting on the, I felt he was rich and the police locked me up and do what they want to do to me because I'm broke and I can't afford to pay for a lawyer. He rich, they're not gonna bother him. So I said, I got it off of me by putting it on him.
How is telling the police that the beef was squashed after a phone conversation puts anything on Thug?
Because I gotta line it up to get it off of me. So you gotta set the pattern.
Okay. Next, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you, on Monday, you all went to Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas passed away?
I don't know what you asked.
Okay. Going back to January 11th of 2015, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about going to Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas passed away?
I told the detectives, I don't know none by their name, but everyone they talked to me, as long as they sit in front of me, I was gonna put the blame off on everybody, anybody to convince them to get off of me.
How is going to Club?
I don't remember what I don't told the detectives. I don't have a clue what I don't told them. That's why I can't tell you exactly what I don't told them because I can't remember what I said.
Okay. Did you go to Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed?
I probably did.
All right. And at Club Crucial, did you get into a fight with Kel?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that you got into a fight with Kel at Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas got killed?
I probably did.
Okay. And did you tell them that was after you were flashing money while you were on the stage?
I probably did. I know. I would Detective Thorpe. His brain was the size of a squirrel brain, so you could just tell him anything. He gonna go for it.
You're right. At this time, the state's gonna ask for permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-6-611, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you.
What that mean?
Don't worry about it. That's just for her to understand how she can ask the questions. You just continue to answer them truthfully.
Isn't it true that in this January 11, 2015 interview that you told Detective Thorpe that at Club Crucial on that Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, that Kel punched you in the back of your head?
I don't recall what I told the detective.
And is it all? I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
I don't recall what I told him specifically, however you pronounce it.
Okay. And is it also true that after Kel punched you in the back of the head, then other people came and began jumping on you as well?
They time gonna come.
That's not the question I asked you. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe during this January 11, 2000 interview that after Kel punched you in your head, that other individuals also began to jump on you as well?
I don't recall what I done told the police.
And also in that same interview, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
To get what?
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after they jumped on you, you ran outside of the club?
I ain't doing no running.
Okay. And is it true that after you ran outside of the club, that you told Detective Thorpe?
I ain't doing no running, Ms. Hilt.
Okay. Well, is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I told you I'd tell him anything.
Okay.
You want the truth though, but I ain't doing no running. I'm gonna make other people run.
All right. And once you went outside of the club, you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J.
Did I do something to him?
Once you went out the club, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you saw an individual by the name of Bloody J?
I don't recall.
And when you saw Bloody J outside, you asked them what was up. Like, why did they beat you up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that one of your friends ended up beating up Bloody J.
I don't recall.
Then you also told Detective Thorpe that after this incident on Club Crucial, the Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed, you told him about a meeting that you were aware of involving an individual by the name of Mo. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about this meeting with a person by the name of Mo?
I don't recall.
And that the meeting with Mo was about you and Thug. You and Thug were the topic of discussion at this meeting with this individual named Mo.
Sound like something else I make up.
Okay. And that at the time, Mo is actually in prison.
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
I don't recall.
All right. And that the guy in prison, he's supposed to try to get you and Thug killed.
I don't know about Thug, but I'm still here, ain't it?
That's not my question. Isn't it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe?
Nobody gonna do nothing to me.
So do you not remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
I don't told Detective Thorpe anything.
Okay. Also, in that same interview, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that once you found out about this meeting, you reached out to members of If Gang and asked them if they were going to kill you and Thug?
You sound cop and deuces?
I'm sorry?
You sound cop and deuces?
I asked you, isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you heard about this meeting, about people wanting to kill you and Thug, you text people of If Gang asking them if they want to kill you and Thug?
I bet you don't got them text messages. So my answer is, you want me to tell the truth. And the truth is, when I talked to Detective Thorpe, whatever his name is, I told him anything. And I'm telling you today, it was a lie. And today, I'm telling you, I made things up.
Okay.
That is the God honest truth.
So is it your testimony today that that you were not aware of a meeting, that you were the subject, people wanted to kill you?
My answer is, I don't recall nothing. I don't told the detective. So, and I'm telling you, whatever I did tell him, I was making it up. It don't take a rocket science to figure it out.
Right. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
Huh?
Isn't it true that you also told Detective Thorpe about a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
I probably did, just to try to make my story seem more convincing. I don't recall what I done told them. I don't know.
And during the course of that shooting at the Lakewood house, Thug's car got shot at.
I don't recall.
Now, did you also speak with, isn't it true that you spoke with Detective Thorpe about the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered?
So it may seem like I'm trying to help Thug out. I'm not trying to help him out. I don't care nothing about him, what he got going on, nothing. I care about the truth. The truth was, I was going through a phase in my life, and I have put all the blame on him. I don't know what he did. I don't know what he got going on. But y'all got me on the stand, and I'm telling the God honest truth. Leave me out of this. I made all these stories up, put the blame on him to get myself out of the situation because the police told me they want a big fish, and I'm a little fish. They ain't who I want. So when they told me that, my only motive was to convince them that I'm telling the truth about this guy right here, and I'm lying.
All right. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that the night before Donovan Thomas got murdered, you were actually at the studio with Thug?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. And that the studio that you were at was DJ Drama Studio.
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't know that. I don't recall.
All right. Have you ever been to DJ Drama Studio with
I don't even know who DJ Drummer is.
Okay. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that on the morning of Donovan Thompson's murder, you actually went to your girlfriend's house early in the morning around 5 or 6 o'clock a.m. after you left the studio with?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you left the studio on Friday night, the night before Donovan Thomas was murdered, you went to your girlfriend's house at about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and that would be on Saturday, January 10th?
I don't know. I can't remember what I told it. I don't recall what I told that man.
Okay. And is it true that in that same interview on January 11th, that you told Detective Thorpe that you stayed at your girlfriend's house until about 7 p.m. at night, and that's when you left your girlfriend's home?
I'm single.
Back in 2015, did you have a girlfriend by the name of Deshawn Quarterman?
You have to say her name like that?
Okay. Did you have a girlfriend back in 2015?
My daughter mama, yes.
Okay. And was she your girlfriend in 2015?
She's my daughter mama.
In 2015, was she your girlfriend?
We had a child together in 2015.
And during the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that when you woke up at her house, that she was not present? She was not there at the house when you woke up?
I don't remember what I told the detective.
Okay. Do you remember her being at the house when you woke up the day that Donovan Thomas was killed? Okay. And when you woke up and she wasn't home, you actually called her to find out where she was. Do you remember did you tell Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you also called your brother to get his car on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You say, is it true?
Yes.
Nothing I say is true.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you called your brother to get his vehicle on the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
You said, did I call my brother to get his vehicle?
Yes.
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that on the day that Donovan Thomas was killed, you got your brother's vehicle so that you could borrow his car?
Yeah, that was another lie.
Okay. So you never borrowed your brother's car?
No, that was my car.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall telling Detective Thorpe. No, I mean, like, my brother never let me drive his car.
Okay. Is it true that your brother lived in the same neighborhood as your girlfriend back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that on the same January 10th, 2015 date, you actually left your girlfriend's house and went to your brother's house to change clothes and to get his car so you could use it?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that after you got the car from your brother, you actually drove over to Mechanicsville?
I don't recall.
And it's also true that after you drove over to Mechanicsville, or when you drove over to Mechanicsville, you went to the green store?
I don't recall.
And is it true that when you were at the green store, someone gave you some peroxide to put on your mouth because you had a cut on your mouth?
Huh?
Back in January 2015.
No, I'm saying, I don't recall. You don't got to re-ask it again. I don't know nothing about none of that you're talking about.
Okay. And while you were in Mechanicsville, you got a call from Little D from Mechanicsville that he was on Cleveland Avenue? Do you recall telling the,
I don't recall.
and once you got the call from Little D, you actually drove over to Cleveland Avenue and met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
Yep. I don't recall.
And is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that when you got to the McDonald's at Cleveland Avenue, Little D got into the car with you and just told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
Detective Thorpe is a person that you could just tell anything to. And that's what I did. I do not recall what I said to that man.
Is it true that you then told
All right. Okay, can you be a little more specific in your questioning as to which statement it is?
Sure. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you met Little D at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I don't recall.
Okay. And in that same interview, when you met with Little D, he told you that Nut just got killed, bro?
I don't recall.
And you responded, really, bro?
I don't recall.
And then you asked him what happened.
I don't even know what happened.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you asked him what happened?
I don't recall.
And the first thing you told Little D was, damn, they gonna say that I did it, bro.
Huh?
Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11th interview that after Little D told you that Nut got killed, you said to Little D, damn, they gonna say I did it, bro?
Okay.
Okay, isn't it true you told Detective Thorpe that?
I don't recall.
All right. And he responded to you, shit, before I know you ain't do it.
Who responded to me?
Little D, that's what Little D said to you.
He said what?
Shit, but I know you ain't do it.
That what he said?
That's what you said to Detective
Oh,
Thorpe.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Then is it true that you also told Detective Thorpe that as you were leaving the McDonald's, Moontook called you?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you ever recall Moontook called you that night? Okay.
I don't know.
All right. And that Moontook called you on FaceTime?
I don't recall.
And Moontook, for the record, is MOONKTOONK. And is it true that when Moontook called you, you told Detective Thorpe that you told Detective Thorpe that they think that you and Moontook killed Nut?
I don't recall.
And at that time, Detective Thorpe asked you for a number for Moontook.
He did?
Do you remember him asking you for a phone number for Moontook?
I don't recall. I don't remember what we talked about in the interview.
Okay. And also during that interview, you told Detective Thorpe that Moontook actually FaceTimed you.
Told you could tell the Thorpe anything, he'll go for it.
And in that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially you didn't want to come to police headquarters, but you talked to people and asked them whether or not you should come down to the police headquarters?
Can't nobody give me, I would not listen to nobody, not even you.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe? So at first I asked like, hey bro, they saying I did it. I need to go to headquarters. And he's like, nah, we need them to call you. And I told everybody I didn't have nothing to do with it. So I called, I was trying to get the best advice I can. Then the next, they was like, oh, I called my girl's mama I was talking to her before they shot her house up. Me and her was talking on the phone.
You want me, you put me here to tell the truth. The truth is I made it up. I had to keep telling you this. So the police can't get me. Man, we got you. You put a gun out on us, man. Just give us your boy Thug. Shit, what y'all want me to say?
On January 11th, did you pull the gun out on anybody? On January 11th, 2015, did you pull the gun out on anybody?
I ain't did nothing.
Okay, so you went down to the police department on your own, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, and when you went to the police, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
I think that was the motive.
Okay, so you went down on your own to tell them about whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
Say that again?
You went to police headquarters on your own to tell them whatever you knew about Nut, correct?
Is it a trick question?
No, it's not a trick question.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Back in January of 2015, the night that Nut was murdered, you went to Atlanta Police Department, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you went down there, that was to clear your name that you did not kill Nut, correct?
You gonna lock me up?
Did you get locked up on January 11th, 2015?
I'm saying if I get my answer now.
Did you go to clear your name about killing Donovan Thomas?
I don't recall.
In that same interview, you were asked who dropped you off to the police department. And you told them it was Multo who dropped you off to the police department. Is that correct?
I thought you said Moontoon called me.
After Multo called you, did you meet up with Multo?
I don't recall. So much happened that night. I don't know.
Okay. What do you remember happening that night, Mr. Copeland?
Shit, I don't know.
Okay.
I ain't telling myself.
All right. And back in 2015, isn't it true that Multo was driving a blue or gray Malibu vehicle?
Ask him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. In the same January 11th interview, did you also tell Detective Thorpe that the only person that you had beef with from If Gang was Kel?
I don't recall. What I told the detective. But if you asking me for the truth, I keep telling you, I will tell detectives whatever they wanted to hear or whatever they wanted me to say to get out of my situation.
All right. Now, during this interview with the January 11th interview with Detective Thorpe, did you talk about the gang that Kel was involved in?
How can I tell you about something? I don't recall.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Thorpe that Kel was a part of 9 Deuce Inglewood ABG gang?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that that was the same gang that Bloody J was a part of?
I don't recall. I thought I was here to tell the truth.
Okay. And what's your new version? What's your truth today?
That I lied.
And that you lied about everything back in 2015?
My truth today is I lied and put the blame on others for a lot of activities. I ain't telling on myself. I ain't got nothing else to say. I don't recall.
Okay. Now, did you also talk to Detective Thorpe about you at one time being cool with Bloody J or being friends with Bloody J?
I don't recall what I told detective, investigator, what deputy, whatever you want to call them.
Okay, and then you stopped being cool with Bloody J and ABG once you started hanging around Thug.
I don't hang around other people.
Okay, isn't that true that you told Detective Thorpe in this January 11, 2015, that when Thug started letting me hang around him, that's when you were no longer cool?
I'm from Mechanicsville. I do what I want to do.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm asking you what you told Detective Thorpe.
I tell Detective Thorpe anything to get him off of me. Y'all believe me so much. Why? Never mind, man. Look.
After Donovan Thomas was killed, did Deshaun's mom's house get shot up?
You said her mommy's house get shot up?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you call telling Detective Thorpe about the fact that her mother's house got shot up after Donovan Thomas was killed?
I don't remember if I said it to him, but I know her mama's house did get shot up. So I don't know what I told him.
So if you told him that her house did get shot up, that would have been the truth and not a lie, correct?
Look, y'all had 50 police investigators questioning me different times. I don't remember, because I know y'all trying to trick me to get me back in jail. I don't know if it was Detective Thorpe, Gaten, Dennis, or whoever other police is here. What I don't lie and told them. But every time that they came and told me, I sat in front of them and gave them whatever I wanted to tell them. And if it was the truth, it would not take no 10 years later for them to try to go do anything about it or to go back and use it. I'm telling you today, I told you before y'all put me in this courtroom that I lied. I don't want to be here. I'm not scared of nobody. I'm not in here trying to work in nobody's favor. Y'all is not fit to put it on my conscience that I don't sat up here and lied on these boys for stuff that I don't did. Not what I did, but for stuff that I'm not fit to sit up here and lie on them. And no, I don't care. Stop asking me questions. I'm not fit to lie on them.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Copeland, listen to the question that Ms. Hilton just asked you and see if you can answer that question. Just pay attention to what she's actually asking you and answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question was, on January 11, 2015, you told Detective Thorpe about Deshaun's mother's house being shot up, correct?
I told it to the police. I don't know which one to be specific.
And that was not a lie, correct?
Her house was been shut up.
Okay, so that wasn't a lie when you told Detective Thorpe that, correct?
I don't know if it was him I told it to.
I don't think we got a clear answer yet. Overruled.
So that wasn't a lie though, correct? If you told any police, whether you remember being Detective Thorpe or Gaither, was that a lie?
Did her house was shut up?
Yes.
Man,
So was that a lie?
what you mean?
You just said
So when you finessing the police, this how you finesse the police. You take a little bit of the truth and you take the bullshit and you put it together.
Okay. So
that's how I outsmarted Detective Thorpe and Gaither and everybody else. Take this right here, because I know they didn't know this, and put it with this over here.
And during all of your interviews, did they tell you we're going to have to corroborate what you said?
And if you take all of my interviews and put them together, let's see what you come up with.
Okay, but did they tell you that? Did they tell you they were gonna corroborate everything that you said? Overruled. Did the detectives tell you that they would have to corroborate everything that you said?
I can't tell you. Y'all have so many police talking to me. I don't know. I can't say what they done told me.
Did Gaither tell you on multiple occasions, I'm gonna have to verify what you're telling me? I just can't take your word for true. I have to verify what you're telling me.
I don't know nothing about all that. I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Let me ask you this. Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither while you were locked, after you got locked up in June of 2015, calling her on her cell phone while you were in jail?
I don't know. I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall asking her, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be able to get out? And she kept telling you, we got to verify what you told us.
And did I get up?
I'm asking you a question. Did she tell you?
Listen,
we have to answer my question.
I'm about to. You want me? If I call Detective Gaither and she said she had to verify anything I said in 2015. In 2015, y'all locked me up every month. Y'all locked me up February, I got out March. Y'all locked me back up March, I got out April. Y'all locked me back up June, I didn't get out to 2019. So if she verified anything I said, there were 4 years that and some change. I did 51 months in the federal prison. Nothing been verified that I said, whatever the case is. I haven't heard anything from Detective Gaitman, but it's nothing to spin the police.
So my question to you was, did Detective Gaither tell you that she had to verify what you said?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, going back to the January 11, 2015 interview, do you recall Detective Thorpe asking you about whether or not you ever rented or owned an Infinity vehicle?
I don't recall.
And earlier you said that your brother never gave you a car or let you borrow his car. Did you remember saying that?
I bought my own car.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that your brother let you borrow his white Dodge Charger?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
Okay. And matter of fact, is that the same white Dodge Charger that members of IF Gang shot at while you were on the highway back in late January of 2015?
Well, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay. And matter of fact, you told your brother to make the police report because it was his vehicle that you were driving when members of IF Gang tried to shoot at you on the highway.
I don't recall.
And during the course of this January 11th interview, isn't it true that you talked to Detective Thorpe multiple times about all the incidents that occurred in the weeks leading up to Donovan Thomas getting killed?
I better have a different story every time.
Okay. Specifically, you told him a couple times about the incident at the Cascade skating ring. Isn't that true?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that's
specifically what I said. I know if you take any time I talk to the Detective Thorpe, I bet you ain't none of my stories gonna be the same.
Okay. Well, isn't it true that in January of 2015, when you first talked to the police about what happened with Donovan Thomas, you were actually trying to protect your friends and you didn't want to give them all the information back in January of 2015?
I'm just trying to protect myself.
Okay. But then
I got a family to protect.
Okay. But by June of 2015, you finally disclosed everything that you knew about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder and everything that happened leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, sir, what y'all did was y'all kept locking me up and putting me in isolation, putting me in protected custody at the Fulton County Jail, where people putting feces all on the wall, locking me in the room, keeping me in there 23 hours a day, fucking up my mental, and keep dragging me back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to make, man, listen, man,
So I ask you my question again. Isn't it true that in January of 2015, you were trying to protect your friends? So you didn't give the police a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder.
I can't, can you ask that again?
Sure. Isn't it true that in January 2015, when you first spoke to Detective Thorpe, you did not give him a lot of details about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder because you were trying to protect your friends?
No, I just had enough time to protect myself by getting my story together. Like, I'm only thinking about protecting myself. Why would I try to protect some people and then wait down the line and give them up? They don't make sense to me.
Because isn't it true that in June of 2015, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you?
That's if I thought Thug was trying to kill me, I'm trying to get him.
Okay. In June of 2015, did you think Thug was trying to kill you?
That's what I told the investigators.
Isn't that true? That
I don't
thought
recall.
Thug was
I
trying to
don't
kill you?
recall.
Okay. And also in June of 2015, were you involved in a number of retaliatory shootings because of Donovan Thomas being killed?
Huh?
By the time we get to June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings because people thought you killed Donovan Thomas Jr.?
It calls for speculation.
Well, as to the compound question, you can try to ask it more simply. She's asked, I'm going to overrule with regard to speculation because she's asking about his own mind.
So in June of 2015, were you the victim of a number of retaliatory shootings?
Well, y'all locked me up in February. I got out March. Y'all locked me back up again March. I got out April. And then the feds came kicking in my door June. So I basically was in jail most of the time. So I don't recall being a victim of a lot of shootings.
Okay. By the time June 2015, we already talked about your girlfriend's mother's house was shot up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were shot at while driving on the highway, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You, your child, and your child's mother was shot out while you were leaving the home. The home, correct? You also had.
I was shooting back.
We're going to get to the fact that you
Okay.
shot back.
Yeah.
You also had another shooting at another family member's house. Is that correct?
Was it?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. So by the time you speak to the police in June of 2015, you or your family were the victim of a number of different retaliatory shootings.
I guess. I don't.
And that was all as a result of people thinking that you killed Nut, correct?
Right now, Ms. Hilton, that is speculation. Okay.
Was it your belief that it was because people thought you killed Nut?
They didn't think.
When you said they didn't think, what do you mean?
I don't recall.
Now, in that same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
Huh?
In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you were in a gang?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe that some of the beef that you were having with Kel is because you were not down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. We never liked it them.
Okay. I'm asking, did you tell Detective Thorpe that the reason this beef is because you were no longer down with ABG anymore?
I'm from Mechanicsville. My neighborhood is known for killing them.
That's not my question.
I would never be part of their game.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe or Detective Thorpe asking you, okay, so you left ABG, and your response to that question, yes, but that was in about 2013. I went to jail in 2013 or 12. I went to jail in 2012. I did a year. But when I went to jail in 2012, I didn't get down with the gang no more. I told him I wasn't in it. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
Being questioned by the police, the main goal is to be a victim. And that's what my motive, to play a victim. So if Detective Thorpe asks me any question, I'm gonna play a victim. So I'm gonna say whatever that come to my mind to make myself look innocent and to be a victim.
Okay. And then you also told Detective Thorpe that when you got out in 2013, you just stopped going around and you just wasn't claiming it anymore. Did you recall telling him that?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You also told Detective Thorpe that once you got out of jail in 2013, you just stopped going around and that you weren't claiming it anymore.
I don't remember behind nobody.
Okay. And then did you also tell Detective Thorpe, so now they think I'm with Thug, I'm claiming YSL?
Again, I'm talking to Detective Thorpe. So if I did say that,
And as you said, that is about, so because you rap, I'm going to get some money, but I'm going to claim YSL.
can you say that again?
Sure. You told him, so now they think I'm with Thug, I'm claiming YSL. It's about rap, so I'm going to get some money, but I'm claiming YSL.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Now, you keep saying that you told Detective Thorpe whatever it is that you wanted to say, that you were finessing him. Correct. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, I'm not trying to go to jail. I'm not trying to do any of that. I don't want none of this. Me and Nut ain't never had a problem.
And I still ain't trying to go to jail.
Okay. So why would you be lying to Detective Thorpe if you did not want to go to jail?
Can you say that? Why would I be lying to him if I didn't want to go to jail?
Correct.
What you mean?
Like you keep saying that you were just lying. Why would you lie versus just telling him the truth?
That's how I was raised. I was raised up to lie to the police. I was at an early age, I was taught to lie to the police.
But if you're trying not to go to jail, why would you lie to the police versus telling them the truth?
You trying to trick me?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm not gonna confess.
Confess to what?
Nothing.
When you went in on January 11th, were you there only to talk about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I don't know what I'll be. All I know is if you give me an opportunity to talk my way out of the situation, I'm about to talk my way up out of the situation.
During the course of your interview, were you asked about what your Instagram page was back in 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. And back in 2015, is it true that your Instagram page was Woody372?
I don't recall. I had a lot of Instagram, so I don't know.
Okay. Is it true that's what you told Detective Thorpe that your Instagram name was?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything.
Do you also recall telling Detective Thorpe that because people thought you killed Nut, that you were getting a lot of threats on your social media page?
I think I was throwing people back.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were getting threats on your social media page?
I don't know. Detective Thorpe talked to me, and I can't remember what I said to him because I was making it up. And you asking me right now, and I'm telling you to your face. Can you look me in my eyes? I'm telling you to your face, I made it up.
Okay. Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that someone posted on your page, "I'm gonna die tonight," but then she deleted the comment, but you screenshotted it?
I'm still here, ain't it?
Is that what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
And you actually showed him the screenshot on your phone?
I told you,
What
play
she
a,
said.
play a victim. That's the key.
Do you recall how many people back in January 2015 that you asked whether or not you should go down and talk to the police that night of Donovan Thompson's murder?
I never take people advice.
Okay. Do you recall, or is it true that you told Detective Thorpe that you spoke to Deshaun's dad about whether or not you should go down and talk to the police?
I never had this young dad number that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe, that's what me and her daddy talked about? I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go down, but I told him, and he's like, nah, because they might find out what happened. You know what I'm saying? And then you ain't got nothing to do with it. So just wait until they come and talk to you. Don't go down and talk to them.
So I was raised up that if when nobody with you, they don't need to know. So I ain't on all that what you talking about. It was a lie what I told Investigator Thorpe. It's something that I came up out top. I was making it up. That's why I can't remember what I said to him. You want me to say something that I didn't say so you can put me back in jail?
Okay.
I don't recall what I said. I don't.
Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr.
Huh?
Copeland? Did you kill Donovan Thomas, Mr. Copeland?
Huh?
Did you kill Donovan Thomas? You shaking your head? Is that a no?
No.
Okay, then. And is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe back on January 11, 2015?
What?
Is that what you went down there to tell Detective Thorpe, that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
I don't understand. I don't know if this is a trick question.
When you went down there, did you go down there to tell Detective Thorpe where you were the entire day and that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Melanie, can I answer that?
Yeah, you need to answer that.
I don't know how to answer
You're-
that.
Do you need to talk to Mr. Melnick?
No, I don't know if it's a trick question that she asked me.
All right.
I'm not
Hang on,
understanding.
hang on. Let's break. We're gonna need to break in just a few minutes. Anyway, so let's break now. If you need to talk to Mr. Melnick in the interim, you can do that. And then we'll come back after lunch and you can answer that question if, depending upon what you and Mr. Melnick decide. All right, well, that is true. I will sustain that objection. So Ms. Hilton during the break formulated into something that is not a compound question.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's break until will 1:30 be enough time for everybody? All right, we'll see everybody back in your seats, ready to go at 1:30. before we break for lunch? Okay, let's all of us be back at 1:25, just in case y'all think of something you want to tell me, okay? See you then.
Judge, I gotta say this.
have anything to bring to the court's attention or that we need to take up before we have the jury back out and the witness back on the stand? All right, thank you.
Now I have to stay.
All right, thank you.
Somebody else will talk to you right there in the middle.
Who's that? Is there somebody that,
You want to talk to the judge?
well, this is a break right now, so.
I was just gonna ask about the civil forfeiture file. They come to you, they say.
I really don't know the answer to that. If you want to send an email to Chambers, maybe just copy both chambers, we'll get you an answer. Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, we have the jury ready. Let's get Mr. Copeland back in. Hmm?
Now, isn't it true that after Nut was killed, that you thought the whole If gang was going to be after you?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Copeland it's not a gang, it's the whole clique, you know what I'm saying? The whole gang, they're after me.
No,
No, you did not say that.
because I don't know who the hell Detective Copeland is.
Excuse me, I meant to say Detective Thorpe.
I don't recall.
All right. Now, we talked earlier about the gambling house in Lakewood. Did you tell Detective Thorpe during the same January 11, 2015 interview that the person who shot up the gambling house in Lakewood was Kel?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that when Kel shot up the gambling house, he actually shot up Thug's car?
I don't recall.
And that Thug wanted Kel to pay for the window of his car being shot up?
What about it?
Did you tell Detective Thorpe during your January 11, 2015 interview that Thug wanted Kel to pay for the window that was shot up?
I don't recall.
Also, in that January 11th interview, didn't you tell, excuse me, strike that, let me ask. Do you know if Nut was in a gang?
I don't recall.
During that same January 11, 2015 interview, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe that Nut was the big dog in the gang?
I don't recall.
Specifically, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe, Nut, he wasn't the big dog, but he was they big dog. Like Nut ain't the big dog, but he's still a big dog. But he's not over the whole gang, but he's a big dog in the gang.
I don't recall what I told no detective.
So have you, when Nut was alive, did you and Nut ever speak about the issues or the beat that you had with Kel?
I don't recall me and Nut having no conversation.
Okay. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe, me and Nut, we've talked about Kel?
I tell Detective Thorpe anything to get him out for me.
Okay. So did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Nut talked about Kel?
I don't recall having no conversation with Nut. I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe.
When you went and spoke with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, were you concerned about If gang harming your family members?
It's been so long, I don't recall.
Hey, didn't you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview, I don't know what to say. What can I do? Where can I go? When I leave here, what can I do? Because I have a lot of brothers and sisters. My mama had 10 kids at the house. Yes, my sister, I got an older sister on Boulevard in Oakland City. I got a grandmother in Oakland City. My girls stay in Carver Homes. My other brothers stay in Carver Homes. But I'm afraid they might know she's down in Boulevard. I know they know where she stay.
Wait.
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe you were concerned about If gang retaliating against your family members? Are you thinking about your response?
What,
I asked the question. I didn't know if you were thinking about your answer.
what, I don't know.
Okay. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah,
Is it true that you told Detective Thorpe you were concerned about if gang harming your family members?
I done told Detective Thorpe whatever. Tell him whatever. I don't remember what I can't specifically say what I told him, I don't know what I told him. I don't remember what I told him.
Earlier, do you recall me asking you about borrowing your brother's car?
Today?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. And you told me that you never borrowed your brother's car?
I paid for it, so it's my car.
Okay. In the same January 11, 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that it was your brother's vehicle and that you borrowed it from him?
I would tell Detective Thorpe anything. I know when the police question me, they want me.
In your January 11, 2015 interview, you did not go there as a suspect, did you?
That's what I was told.
But when you went there, you were never arrested, correct? On January 11, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you leave the precinct after you interviewed with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. So you were never arrested, correct?
I don't recall. I don't know.
And when you went there, did Detective Thorpe ever accuse you of killing Nut?
I don't recall what he said.
Did Detective Thorpe in that entire interview give you an opportunity to tell him what happened the night of the murder?
I can't remember what I can't remember what he specific. I know he talked about the murder, but I don't know. I can't remember what was said.
Okay, but did you have an opportunity to tell him about what you knew about what happened the night of the murder?
I told him what I made up.
So you made up going to your girlfriend's house?
I don't know if I told him that.
Okay.
I can't remember. I can't recall if I told him that.
If you told him that you were at your girlfriend's house, would that be a lie?
Okay. I don't recall.
If you told him that you borrowed your brother's car, would that be a lie?
That was my car.
Okay, but if you told him that, would that be a lie?
I don't recall.
Okay, why would you need to lie about your brother's car, about borrowing your brother's car?
Because y'all were putting so much pressure on me that every time I was coming out the door, the police were getting me. So I knew that police was after me.
But you keep saying the police were after you. On January 11th, were the police after you? The police were not after you.
When Detective Third questioned me, I don't know when was it. Like, I don't know. So when you saying January 11th, from my understanding, I thought I walked in and walked right back out. I don't even remember sitting down having no discussion with Detective Thorpe. Okay. So I don't know. Detective Thorpe talked to me more than one time. I don't know which time, what he said at which time. I don't remember what was said. I just know that I was just saying whatever that came to my mind. I don't know. I was going to jail. I remember going to jail, trying to talk my way out of jail.
Now, I think earlier you said you do recall speaking to police multiple times in 2015. Is that correct?
No, I talked to them a million times.
And isn't it true that when you spoke to them on the different times you spoke to them, you told them
different stories?
No, you told them the same stories each time you spoke with them. Do you recall that?
I did. I don't know.
Okay. Now, after January 11th, I know you don't remember the date. Do you remember speaking with police again after your car was shot at on the highway?
You said my brother made a report. What I need to talk to them about?
Did you speak to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis after your car was shot up or shot at on the highway? Do you recall going to the police department and speaking to Detective Gaither
I don't recall.
and Detective Dennis?
I'm sorry. I don't recall.
Okay. You have permission to approach?
You may.
You can come and look at that. Mr. Cole, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 378, Yankee Alpha 1. Tell me, do you recognize, do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes.
And is there a date on that picture?
Yes.
What is the date on that picture?
The date you've been saying?
Is that January 11, 2015?
Yes.
And is that the interview room? Is that the interview room at the Atlanta Police Department where you interviewed with the detective?
I don't recall.
Right. You're right, this time the state like the Tennessee Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the state would like the Tennessee Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha 1 into evidence.
All right. It's admitted without objection.
Next, I'm gonna show you 378 Yankee Bravo 1. Tell me, do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes.
And is that date January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state like the Tennessee Exhibit 378 Yankee Bravo 1 into evidence.
Admitted without objection.
Now, looking at 378 Yankee Bravo 1, do you see yourself, Detective Gaither, and Detective Dennis in that photo?
Yes.
All right. And on that date, do you recall, did you speak with them about your car being shot at on the highway at University and Pryor?
I don't know.
Do you recall ever speaking to police about your car being shot at on University and Pryor Road?
I don't know.
All right. In this interview back on January 28th, 2015, didn't you speak with Detective Thorpe and Detective Dennis? Excuse me, strike that. Were you arrested on January 28th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go into this police interview voluntarily?
I don't remember this at all.
Okay. Do you remember speaking at all, whether it was on January 28th or any other date, about the shooting on the highway to the police?
I don't recall.
Okay. In that interview on January 28th, 2015, didn't you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about being at a pool party before being shot at on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. And while you were at the pool party, there was an individual by the name of Bushi at that pool party.
I don't recall.
And that Bushi was the girlfriend of Yak Gotti.
I don't recall.
And that after you all left this pool party, you were driving on the highway in your brother's vehicle.
I don't recall.
Do you not recall being shot at on the highway? You don't recall telling this to the detectives?
I don't recall none of this you talking about.
So you don't recall being shot at on the highway?
I've been shot at a lot of times.
Specifically in January 2015, do you recall being shot at on the highway? While in
ready?
your brother's vehicle?
I don't remember. I don't.
Do you remember telling the detectives that you were shot at on the highway while in your brother's vehicle?
I don't remember what I done told the detectives.
In the January 28, 2015 interview, didn't you tell the detectives that while you were driving on the highway, you had your radio up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you also told them as you had your radio up, you heard pow, pow, pow.
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you also tell detectives that you then again heard another pow, pow, pow? And so you ducked down.
I don't recall.
And did you also tell detectives then the car stopped working and you tried to hit the gas, but it cut out and it stopped working?
I do not recall.
In the same interview, did you then tell detectives, so the dudes, they came up to you and you was concerned because your car didn't work, because the car wasn't working?
I don't recall.
And in the same interview, did you tell detectives that you then heard some more shots even after that?
I don't recall.
And that the two cars that you saw that were shooting, one was a gray Impala with tinted windows.
I don't recall.
And then you saw another car that was also shooting at your car.
I don't recall.
Then, do you recall Detective Gaither, after you told her about the shooting on the highway, her asking you, when did this beef begin between you and Ifgang?
I don't recall.
And you also told her the story about what happened at Club Crucial the Monday before Donovan Thomas was murdered.
I don't recall.
Did you also, in this interview, when Detective Gaither asked, when did this beef begin, that Cal told you the beef began because you hung around a person named Boo,
I don't recall.
and that they were mad because they thought Boo was a rat and that you were hanging around a rat?
I don't recall.
Then do you also recall to telling Detective Gaither, again, with her asking about when did this beef begin, you also telling Detective Gaither in this now January 28th, 2015 interview about the shooting at the gambling house on Lakewood?
I don't recall.
And in this January 28th, 2015 interview, you actually told Detective Gaither that initially you thought another gang did the shooting at the gambling house.
I don't recall.
Okay. But then later you learned that it was Kel who did the shooting at the gambling house.
And he's still alive?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither
No, I don't recall.
about the shooting?
I don't recall.
So now is it fair to say that both in January 11th of 2015, now in the second interview, that you told the same story about this gambling house shooting in Lakewood?
You just confused me. What you say?
Now for the second time, have you told another sub detectives about the gambling house shooting in Lakewood?
I don't recall.
Do you also recall in the same January 28th, 2015 interview, telling Detective Gaither that Kel wanted to speak with Doug on FaceTime?
I don't recall.
Okay. And this is why you were at the Cascade skating ring. You told her about the Cascade skating ring incident as well.
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you told Detective Gaither that when Thug and Kel spoke at the Cascade skating ring, you're going to be a party opponent mission with what Thug said.
Go ahead. Overruled.
That Thug told Kel he wanted Kel to pay for the window that he shot up.
The man rich, why would he? I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that that was the conversation that Thug and Kel had?
I don't recall.
And that Kel said that he wasn't going to pay for the window.
I don't recall.
Okay. And in the same January 28th interview, you also then told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the fight at Club Crucial that Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed.
I bet I was a victim in every interrogation, right?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis also about the Monday night fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall.
And that you also told Detective Gaither at the same Monday night event at Club Crucial that you had money flashing and that Kel walked up to you and punched you.
Boy ain't
And
living
punched
like
you.
that. He ain't living like that.
But did you tell Detective Gaither that this occurred?
I don't recall.
Also in the same January 28, 2015 interview, is it true that you also told Detective Gaither that after Kel beat you up, you ran out of the club and went outside of the club and saw Bloody J?
I don't recall.
And in the same January 28, 2015 interview, did you also again then tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that people in your crew jumped Bloody J?
People in my crew?
Yes.
My
Why?
crew in prison.
Okay, back in January 2015.
My crew in prison. Everybody who ran with me in prison.
Okay. Back in the
We're
January.
licensed.
All right, Mr. Kaplan, listen to the question. Let her finish the question and then you can answer it.
In January 2015, did you tell Detective Gaither that at the same Monday night event at Crucial where you got beat up by Kel, that when you went outside, your people jumped on Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Now, also during this same interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you then also tell them your concern about people blaming you for Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you were concerned that you always get blamed for everything.
Because I'm always into stuff.
Okay. And that you told them, so the night after Nut got killed, you came down to talk to the detective to declare your name.
I don't recall.
And matter of fact, you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that people told you that you shouldn't go down to the police department.
I don't recall.
But you decided to go down anyway to clear your name.
You asked me?
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
All right. did you also tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that on the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, you actually told your girlfriend to call the police and tell them what was going on, tell them everything, because you again wanted to clear your name about being involved in Donovan Thompson's murder?
I don't recall.
Now, during the course of this same January 20th interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall them asking you questions about the relationship between Nut and Thug?
I'm from Canterville.
Okay.
I can't tell you nothing about two other people from other places.
Do you recall telling them in this interview that Nut and Thug, you did not know of Nut and Thug having a problem?
I mean, when the police questioned me, especially Gaten, I know she after me. So she acted like she was into what I was saying, and I was feeding her whatever came to my mind.
So
They tried to make it make sense.
So why wouldn't you say that they had problems with each other versus that they did not have problems with each other?
Because I'm trying to make up a story. I don't know what nobody have. I don't know. I don't recall what I even said to her. I just know that anytime they question me, I'm trying to tell them anything to get them out my face.
Now, you said that you're from Mechanicsville. Do you know where Thug, what part of the city Thug is from?
I don't know. I just met Thug when I got out of jail. We not from the same neighborhood. I don't know where he, like Cleveland Avenue, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. And what about Nut? Did you know what neighborhood Nut was from?
I don't know.
Now, after Nut was killed, did you go to Miami?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in the same interview that you went to Miami after Nut was killed?
I tell the investigators anything. I don't recall what I told them.
And when you were in Miami, were you there with Shannon Stillwell?
I don't recall.
Okay. What about Quindarius Zachary?
Who?
Little D from Cleveland.
I don't think me and him ever traveled together. I don't recall.
Do you recall him being in Miami while you were in Miami?
I don't recall being in Miami.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you and your child's mother went to Miami to lay low after the shooting of Donovan Thomas?
Back then, I tell so many lies. I tell 15 lies in 1 second. I don't recall what I said, and I'm not even trying to remember what I said either.
Do you recall telling, or didn't you tell Detective Gavin Dennis that Thug actually told you to come down there with him to Miami to lay low?
Thug can't tell me nothing.
And you also told Detective Gaither that, again, after he told you to come down there and lay low to Miami, that you and your girl, you stayed down there for a week in Miami.
I don't recall what I done told the police. But for me telling you now, there's nobody walking this earth and tell me what to do.
Is going to Miami a bad thing?
No, which I just told you, you bring up something that you saying that I said to the police, and I'm telling you the truth right now. I lied to them. So I don't know what the heck, I don't know. Like, go ahead.
So have you never been to Miami?
I've been to Miami a lot.
Okay. So back in 2015, did you ever go to Miami?
I can't remember if it was 15 or 14.
Let me make it more specific. After Donovan was killed, did you go to Miami?
Man, I can't recall. And I honestly, God, can't recall.
Now, when you spoke to Detective Gaither and Dennis, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you thought Thug was trying to get rid of you?
What you mean?
Did you ever tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you thought Thug was trying to get rid of you?
I don't think you heard me the first time when I told you. I don't run behind nobody. I'm from Mechanicsville.
Okay,
So I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
okay, so what does being from Mechanicsville have to do with my question?
That mean I don't run behind nobody else.
I didn't ask you about running behind anyone.
Saying something about getting rid of me like you can't get rid of me.
Okay. So is it your testimony that you did not tell Detective Gaither and
I
Detective
don't know.
Dennis?
I don't know what I done told the investigator, detective, whatever you want to call them.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you actually spoke to Thug about the fact that you thought he was trying to get rid of you?
I could tell the investigator anything because I know one thing. They talking to me, so they gotta go. Anything that come to my head.
Okay.
I don't recall what I said to them.
Do you recall telling didn't you tell Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither that Thug called you and said, bruh, they say I got a hit out on your head, bruh?
I told you I'm a player victim in everything. I'm a victim.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna justify myself by being a victim.
Okay. And your response to him was like, you do? And then y'all both started laughing.
They don't even make sense. I don't recall none of that. Saying it, me telling it. I don't remember specific what I said to any investigator. I know I told them whatever. I feel that I can convince them to let me go.
Now I want to go back to going to Miami after Donovan was killed. Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that while you were in Miami, initially Thug treated you like a brother, but then things felt different?
Did you got proof of me being in Miami?
Did you provide us your phone number so we can get your phone records, Mr. Copeland?
Which phone?
The phone you had in 2015, did you give police your phone number so we can get your phone records?
I don't recall. Now you're talking about.
Okay. Did you give police your phone number in any of these interviews so that we can get your phone records?
Which phone?
Your phone that you had back in 2015.
I had more than one phone.
Okay. So did you give any phone number to the detectives back in 2015 so we can get your phone records? Any phone you have?
Shit. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't recall.
Did you, matter of fact, tell the police to go get your phone records so that they can confirm where you were on the night of Donovan Thompson's murder and afterwards?
I probably, I don't know. I probably did. Ain't no telling.
Okay. And did Detective Gaither tell you that that was one of the things that she was going to have to verify was your phone records and where your phone puts you?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Back in 2015, do you remember your phone numbers from 2015?
Shit, I don't even know my phone number now.
Okay. Did you remember if you had a Sprint phone?
I got T-Mobile.
Back in 2015, did you have Sprint?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember what phone service I had.
All right. Did you ever live off of Oakland Drive or use an Oakland Drive Southwest address?
You said, have I ever used the Oakland Drive address?
Yes.
Um,
And I don't want to put the full address on the record, but have you ever used the address of Oakland Drive?
I don't know if I use it on anything. I know I use it probably getting out of jail.
So is there an address?
I don't know. I don't recall. I don't know.
Do you have an address that you used off of Oakland Drive Southwest?
I did.
Okay. And does the number of the address begin with an 8?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Going back to the January 2015 interview. Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that while you were in Miami, he wasn't happy with you being around him anymore? It felt different.
Who?
That thug, you weren't, excuse me, as you weren't thug. That thug wasn't happy with you being around. It felt different to you.
I don't recall. I don't recall being in Miami. Dr. Nutt was killed.
Bless you. Now, in that same interview that you had with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you speak with them about, do you recall talking to them about Moontunk and that you encouraged Moontunk that he should come down and talk to the police as well regarding Donovan Thompson's murder?
I don't recall what I told no investigators.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told them that because people were calling his name in the murder, he should come down and speak to the police?
The only truth it is, I made these things up. I don't know about nothing going on.
Why would you need to make up something about Moonsoon coming down to clear his name from a murder?
I'm speaking in a general, like you got me up here like I know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so I'm asking you now.
I don't remember what I don't told the police. I keep telling you that. You can't keep asking me what I told the police if I'm telling you that I lied to the police. I can't
Hi.
remember no lie.
Mr. Copeland,
Yes.
I think that she understands, generally speaking, what your position is with regard to what you remember and what you don't, but she's still going to ask you specific questions and you need to answer the specific questions also. And you don't have to preface every one of them with your general position about it.
Yes, ma'am. But may I speak? I'm not
Wait
trying
until there's another question on the floor. And I understand.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
I understand. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, earlier I asked you about an individual by the name of Bloody J. Do you know a Bloody J?
I heard of him.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to Bloody J?
I doubt it.
Okay. Back in the same January interview that you had with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall telling Detective Gaither, or didn't you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you were trying to hook Bloody J and Thug back together?
How would I don't recall.
Okay. And matter of fact, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Thug and Bloody J had a falling out because Bloody J joined If Gang?
If you're going off what I said in the past, what I told the investigators, that's crazy. I do not remember what I said. You can't get me up here to try to remember what I said to them. I don't remember what I said. You can ask me these step by step, but my response is my response. You want me to be honest? You want me to lie? I can't answer your question because I can't remember what I said. So I don't recall.
So I'm gonna ask you now. Did Bloody J and Thug stop being friends because Bloody J started messing with Ifgay?
Thug behind you, ask him.
I'm asking you.
Huh?
I'm asking you.
I don't know.
So why would you tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that?
Ma'am?
Why would you tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that?
I can't recall.
Okay. Now, going back to the January 28th interview. Of course, indulgence for one moment. After speaking with them briefly about the murder, did you then go into more details about the shootout not the shootout, but the shooting of your car on the highway? Do you recall telling them about who you believed shot at your vehicle on the highway?
I don't recall. Can I tell you what I do remember?
Is that about the shooting on the highway?
No.
Then no, not right now.
Okay.
Or let me ask you this, do you remember what you told Detective Gaither in January of 2015?
No, I was gonna tell you what I remember from when Nut was killed.
Okay. Tell me what you remember the night that Nut was killed.
I remember everybody said I killed him. That's all I remember.
Then that's the only thing you remember.
That's all I remember. I don't remember nothing that night. I don't remember where I was. I don't remember what I told the investigator. I thought that when they called me down there, I thought I walked in and he let me walk right back out. I don't remember sitting down talking to him. I don't remember him doing no ballistic. I don't remember him. I remember he said one thing and he left. He said, the man sitting on the street and everybody saying you did it. He like, man, I still got a bite on the street. That's all I remember. I thought I walked in and walked back out. I don't remember nothing. Like,
And that was the first time when you went to go speak with Thorpe.
I don't even know if it was. I know.
Yeah, I think something happened when the mic y'all went out.
With whose mic?
All of us.
Of course. I don't have a way to. Yeah. everything's working okay. So we will get Mr. Copeland back out up here, get the jury back out, and keep moving forward. Yes. And I'm sorry, I know there are a whole lot of different Rule 22s out. I assume you've got one of them. Okay, so, I guess that just means you're gonna have to, we can't make the courtroom bigger than it is. You'll just have to get here earlier. I guess you're the odd man out today. Sorry. Just do the best you can. Just try not to be distracting, okay? Thank you. No, you cannot stand in the middle. Nobody needs to be standing in the middle. So you just do the best you can from there, or any one of the media aisles you're welcome to be in. All right, thank you. All right, let's get the jury back out. Hang on, sorry. Thanks. There's so many of y'all, it's hard to keep track. We got somebody for everybody? All right, yes.
I have it.
Tylenol? Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you. All right, I think we've gotten our mic situation fixed for at least the present time, so we're gonna get rolling again. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, during this same interview, I think I just asked before we went on break that you saw that it was a grayish Impala that was shooting at you on the highway. Do you recall, did you tell investigator Gaither and Dennis that in this January interview?
I don't recall what I told him.
When you were shot at on the highway while in your brother's vehicle, was there anyone else with you?
I don't recall.
Was Demekion with you?
I don't recall.
What about Shannon?
Who?
Shannon.
I don't recall.
With this incident that happened on the highway and you being shot at in the vehicle, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you had your brother file a police report?
I don't recall.
And do you recall them asking you, why did you have your brother file a police report?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you told them because you didn't have a license.
I don't recall.
Okay. And were you ever arrested for filing a false police report in January of 2015?
I don't comprehend my charges.
Okay. When you had this interview in January 2015, did you leave that interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis?
You said January?
Yes.
I went to jail in February. So I didn't go to jail in January.
So is it fair to say that you did not get locked up for filing a false police report?
I guess, I don't know. I can't find no false police report. I didn't make it.
And matter of fact, do you recall that Gaither and Dennis told you that in this case you were a victim? So they just wanted to find out from you what happened because you were a victim, because you were shot at on the highway.
Yeah, that's how they were tricking me. But I don't recall saying it.
Now, in that same interview, do you recall Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither telling you that you probably should leave Atlanta because of everything that was happening to you?
That's what everybody telling me now.
Okay. But I'm talking about back in January 2015.
I don't recall.
Okay. And you told me you didn't want to leave Atlanta.
I'm still here.
Now, in this same January interview with Gaither and Dennis, again, do you tell them again that you had nothing to do with Nut being killed?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you wanted to make sure that the police knew you had nothing to do with Nut getting killed?
I don't recall what I told the police.
Also, during this same interview back in January of 2015, then do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that you had one of your friends buy a gun for you?
I don't recall.
And that your friend bought this gun in his name?
I don't recall.
And that the reason why you purchased the gun was to defend your house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you actually told the detective you don't want any trouble, you just want to protect your home. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that?
I don't recall.
And in January 2015, had you been convicted of a felony prior to January 2015?
Huh?
Prior to January 2015, had you previously been convicted of a felony?
I don't know. What you mean?
Do you remember when you were first convicted of a felony?
After my mama died?
About when was that?
After she died.
Okay, when did your mom pass away?
2008.
All right. So if you caught your first felony after 2008, is it safe to say in 2015 you had been convicted of a felony?
I don't recall.
All right. When you told the police that you had a gun in this January interview, were you arrested for telling them that you had a gun in this January interview?
Was I arrested in January?
Yes.
What year?
2015.
No, I got locked up in February.
All right. So even after you told them that you had a gun, the police in this January interview did not arrest you.
I ain't had no gun.
Did you tell the detectives you had a gun?
Mm-mm. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't think I'll tell them I had one.
Now, in the same January 2015 interview, you also told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this meeting with an individual by the name of Mo who wanted you and Thug killed. Is that true?
How would I know? I don't know.
Okay. You don't know about the meeting, or you don't know if you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this so-called meeting?
How would I know somebody want us killed?
Okay. So is it true though that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this meeting with
I
Mo?
told and them people anything to do, just like right now, me, you can have a whole conversation. I tell you about some stuff that never took place, and you'll swear that everything I'm speaking on was the God and it's true.
Okay. But now you've told two detectives, first Thorpe, now Gaither and Dennis, so excuse me, three detectives, about this meeting that Mo had and that they were going to kill you and Thug.
I'm gonna play.
Objection, Your Honor. I didn't hear a question.
All right, I think that was supposed to be a question. Did
I'll
you
rephrase it.
have it implied? Is that right at the end of it?
Yes.
Try to just form it into a question.
Yes, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you told Detective Thorpe and Detective Gaither and Dennis about this meeting that Mo had in which you and Thug were supposed to be killed?
I tell you, I'm gonna play a victim in every situation.
And you actually gave them details about this meeting. Is that correct?
I don't know what I told the investigators.
Matter of fact, you told the investigators somebody else that was in there that felt like I deserved to know. They came back and they said, hey, I had to get rid of everybody, bro. But they said they want to kill you. They're going to take me to a gas station and kill me. Like, who's saying it? Mo, and everybody said, woo. Bloody J was on the phone with Mo, standing next to the person that was telling me. Said he ain't know the name of the person that was talking. And after everybody, I just said, kill him. And Bloody J said, woo. And everybody said, woo, woo. As in, that's a confirmation that they were supposed to go and kill you or have you killed.
Things don't work that way. When you speaking on doing something like that, you don't be open about it. So this self-explanatory that it's a lie. You don't discuss killing people with multiple people. So you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it. You're not gonna be telling everybody you're gonna do it. I made it up. I keep telling you that.
And did you tell the detective that that occurred at a gang meeting that you were not at? So someone at the gang meeting told you about what happened at the gang meeting.
I don't recall what I told the investigators, but I know that the things that anytime that they sat me down and they tried to question me, I knew I was about to go to jail. And even the times I didn't go to jail, I knew that I had done something stupid and I thought they was on to me. So I was trying to throw them off my trail.
And that this meeting happened before Donovan was killed.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And that the reason why they wanted to kill you is because they thought that you had Bloody J jumped.
Huh?
The reason why they wanted to kill you is because you had Bloody J jumped.
I believe that if any gang wanted to kill me, I'd be dead by now.
And you also, in the same interview with Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, you told Detective Gaither and Dennis that you actually texted Bloody J and asked him whether or not they had a hit on you,
No.
but he never responded to you.
I
No,
don't remember. I don't recall. I don't know nothing about none of it. I went and had their number and they went and had mine.
Now, back when you were interviewing with the detectives, both Thorpe and now the second interview with Gaither and Dennis, were you the only individual in the room with the detectives?
I don't know.
Looking at that picture, are you the only person in the room with the detectives?
This one?
Yeah, I want you to look at 378, Yankee Bravo and Yankee Alpha.
It looked like I'm in there by myself beside with the police.
Okay. And this is when you're telling the detectives all the things that I'm asking you about, correct?
I don't recall what I done told them.
Now, do you know an individual, Rich, who goes by the name Rich Homie Quan?
Who is that?
Do you know a person who goes by the name of Rich Homie Quan?
Rich Homie Coin?
Yes.
Or the rapper?
He raps.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know him? Have you ever spoken to Rich Homie Quan yourself?
No,
Do you recall
I don't recall speaking to him.
Do you recall talking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in the same interview about conversations you had with Rich Homie Quan?
No, I do not recall having a conversation about Rich Homie Coin.
And that Rich Homie Quan, you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan was a part of If Gang.
I don't recall.
And that you told Detective Gaither and Dennis that Rich Homie Quan felt torn between being with If Gang and being friends with Thug.
Again, I'm just telling police whatever that convinced them that I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. So why would you bring Rich Homie Quan into any of it? Why would that be
Because
necessary?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Why would it be necessary to even talk about Rich Homie Quan
So
to the police?
So when the police questioning me, my whole motive is to get them off of me. So if they sitting me down, laughing, hee ha ha, like you doing when y'all was up there asking me, and I told you I was lying. This is the same thing going on. They sit here. I don't know about them asking me about Rich Homie Coin or nothing. But if they bring up a name, if they ask me something, I'm going to come up with something that act like I'm in the midst, like I know what's going on. I don't sit around and gospel with people. I don't sit in people's faces. Like I'm out in the streets. I like to be I like to be outside. I'm not sitting around trying to listen to what nobody got to say.
Okay. But when you originally went to the police, it was to talk about being shot at on the highway. So what would anything about Rich Homie Quan, why would you need to talk about Rich Homie Quan at all?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Okay. Isn't it true that that you told the detectives that Rich Homie Quan said to you, we the same set. You right here hitting these niggas, this and that. So we talk. We the same set. I just can't turn my back on them. Like it ain't that, bro. This is what you're telling him. You supporting these niggas. Bro, I'm telling you, the more you supporting them, the more they're gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. And this is what you're telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that you said to Rich Homie Quan.
So Gaither was a gang investigator. And what she do is she sit in the neighborhood, watch us all day. And she put cases on it. So I know Gaither to sit there and So when I'm interacting with Gaten, the main thing go through my mind is to convince her that I know what I'm talking about. That was my motive. So be bringing up Rich Homie Coin ain't never been like that in my eyes. So for me to be, I'm just trying to make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. What they say they want a big fish, and he's a big rapper. So shit, I'm trying to make up whatever I can come up with. I don't know. I don't remember what I said to no police. It's all stuff I just out the top of my dome. You ask me a question right now, I go out the top of my dome, and I convince you that I'm telling the truth.
Okay, so in response, you said that Rich Homie Quan asked for your protection. And he said, you told detectives, then he's like, why don't you protect me, bro? We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. And you said, how the hell are we gonna protect you?
Can you say it again?
Sure. In the same interview with Detective Gaither, you said after you spoke with Rich Homie Quan asked for your protection.
He a millionaire, what he need my protection for?
Why would you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that?
They the police and they trying to get me.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither about Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop being shot up?
I don't recall nothing I said to no investigators.
And
A detective.
he thought that someone by the name of Tay shot up his father's barbershop?
I told you I did it.
No.
Oh,
You told the detectives that Rich Homie Quan thought that a person named Tay shot up his father's barbershop.
well, I probably did. Ain't no telling.
But you were convinced that it wasn't Tay that shot up the barbershop.
What you mean?
You told Detective Gaither Dennis that you don't think it was Tay that shot up his father's barbershop.
So I told him he did it, or I told him he didn't do it. Which one is it?
You told them that Rich Homie Quan thought that Tay did it.
Okay, so then I told the police,
Correct.
and then I told him that he didn't do it.
That you did not think he did it.
Objection, Your Honor. Are these questions?
Yes, they are.
Uh,
You can
Do you
tell
need
by
me to
the fact
repeat?
that her voice goes up at the end. Well, it may be that too, but yes, these are questions.
Do you need me to repeat it? Okay. In your interview with Detective Gaither, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought an individual by the name of Tay shot up Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop?
I don't recall.
Okay. In that same interview, did you also tell them that you did not think that Tay shot up the barbershop?
You confusing me.
I'll repeat it one more time and I'll separate it. In this interview with Detective Gaither, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought?
Overruled, because it's certainly been asked twice or more, but it hasn't clearly been answered. He's sitting there saying right now, I don't know what you're asking me. I'm confused. So I'm going to permit her to try to break it down and ask it again.
Okay, so I'll start over. In this interview with Gaither and Dennis, did you tell Gaither and Dennis that Rich Homie Quan thought that a person by the name of Tay shot his father's barbershop?
I don't recall what I told the police,
Okay.
but I don't know.
All right. Now, my second question is, in that same interview, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis you did not believe that Tay shot up the barbershop?
I don't know. I don't remember what I said to them.
And I should ask this, do you know an individual, Tay, who's from Bankhead?
There's a mean Tays in them.
Okay. Do you know a Tay from Bankhead?
A Tay from Bankhead?
Yes.
Not out the top.
In this same interview, did you tell Detective Gaither about this individual named Tay from Bankhead?
I don't know a Tay from Bankhead.
Do you know a Tay from the west side of Atlanta?
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
yes,
How many Tays do you know from the west side of Atlanta?
too many on the count, but not from Bankhead.
Now, back in January of 2015, did you ever learn about, strike that, do you know someone that goes by the name of Lucci?
Who?
Lucci. A rapper by the name of YSL Lucci.
What about him?
Do you know an individual by the name of YSL Lucci?
I don't know in person.
Okay. Have you ever met this individual?
You said, have I ever met him?
Yes.
No,
When you say you don't know him personally, what do you mean?
because you said, have you ever met? We never shook hands, I never met him.
Okay. How would you describe knowing YSL Lucci?
He's a rapper.
Okay. Do you know him outside of being a rapper?
No,
In 2015, were you aware of his mother's home being shot at twice, excuse me? You're shaking your head.
I don't know nothing about him.
Okay. Do you recall in this January interview with Detective Gates and Detective Dennis talking to them about Lucci's mother's house being shot at?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that people thought that you shot up Lucci's mother's house?
I don't know nothing about it.
Okay. Do you recall in this same interview back in January of 2015 with Gaither and Dennis that you were with Big Boo when Lucci's manager called trying to find out who shot up Lucci's mother's house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall during this same interview telling Detective Gaither that when the manager called Big Boo, you were present and overheard the conversation?
I don't recall.
And in the same interview, you told Detective Gaither that the manager told Big Boo that he had $20,000 for whoever shot at Lucci's mother's house.
I don't know nothing about it.
Okay. And that you actually took the phone from Big Boo and told them that you had nothing to do with shooting up Lucci's mother's house.
Okay.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives about
I don't
this?
recall.
Did that occur?
I don't know.
You don't know if you were present with Big Boo and took the phone away from him?
I don't know what y'all talking about.
Why would you need to tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that if that did not occur?
These things I'm hearing in the street, so I'm trying to convince them to get off of me.
Specifically, didn't you tell Detective Gaither that when you took the phone, you said, man, I ain't did nothing like that, bro. You know, don't scream my name. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I ain't said he did. I ain't do that. I don't care about none of that. I didn't do that.
I don't recall.
And did you actually tell Detective Gates and Detective Dennis that you were concerned because you thought that Boo was going to set you up and tell people that you shot Lucci so he can get the $20,000?
Huh?
Did you, in the same interview, tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you thought Boo would have set you up and told people you shot at Lucci mother's house to get the $20,000?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't recall.
And after that phone call that with Big Boo, you were so upset that you had Montauk take you home because of that phone call.
I don't know. I don't recall.
And you also told Detective Gaither that when you got into the car with Montauk after this phone call, you told Montauk, Boo tripping, Boo gonna try to get, you know what I'm saying? And Montauk said, we gotta stay away from them.
Nah, I don't recall. I supposed to be saying this stuff?
Yes.
Oh, nah.
And were you the only person in the interview room with Gaither and Dennis based on those pictures that are in front of you?
I was the only person in the room when I was telling you I made these lies up too.
Okay. Of course it does. Just one moment. All right. In the same interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you tell them about your relationship or your friendship with Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
Huh?
In this interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, do you recall telling them about your friendship with Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
No, I don't know nothing about that.
Okay. Is it true that you told them that the people that you're around, that you often hang around back in January 2015, is Little D from Cleveland and Shannon?
No, I don't recall.
And matter of fact, did you say specifically to Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, I keep a couple people around, you know what I'm saying? And Dennis asked who? And you said Little D from Cleveland and Shannon.
Trying to convince him. If I did say it, I don't recall. Like I don't told the police so much stuff like this just made up. Like I don't remember what I don't told them. So
And then you also said sometimes Moonsoon may come around, but the primary people you hang with is Shannon and Little D from Cleveland. I mean, excuse me, Little D from Mechanicsville.
but let you tell it, you every time you say I'm about to go home, I'm about to go home Moontoon. So it seemed more like I be with Moontoon more than I be with anybody else.
Okay.
From based off what you saying today. So you know it's all made up.
All right. Did you also hang with Moonsoon, Little D from Mechanicsville, excuse me, I said Cleveland, and Shannon?
I hang with myself. I don't hang with nobody. I don't run behind nobody. I don't know none of that.
Okay. All right. Well, back in 2015, didn't you tell Detective Copeland, I mean, excuse me, Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, I really have my trust in him. I wouldn't want nobody around me but Little D, and it's Little D from Mechanicsville. You know, Little D ain't gonna turn his back on me.
That's cap.
You said that that's cap. What?
I don't remember saying it.
Do you remember, God bless you, when we were here back around June 10th, June 11th, that you said that little D was the person you called your son?
Who?
Do you remember back in June of this year, around June 10th, June 11th, stating that little D was like your son?
No.
Okay. No, you don't recall saying that?
I never said the deeper Cleveland Avenue with my son.
Not Cleveland, little D from Mechanicsville.
What y'all talking about?
Okay. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recall.
All right. I'll ask it, then you can answer it truthfully, I hope. Do you recall in June of this year saying that little D from Mechanicsville is like your son?
I don't know.
No, you don't remember saying it? No, you didn't say it. What does I don't know mean?
What you want me to say?
I want you to answer the question.
What's your question?
I'll ask it one more time. In June of this year, when you were here
This
the
year
last
right
time-
here?
This year right here, when you were here before, June 10th, June 11th, do you recall telling me when I asked you about little D from Mechanicsville, telling me he's like your son?
When I said I birthed him?
Yes.
I'm just being sarcastic.
Right, but that was to talk about the closeness of your relationship, correct?
What you mean?
When you say you birthed him, were you trying to tell, what were you trying to indicate? When you said you birthed him, what did you mean by that?
That was just an anger statement I made.
Okay. Did you at one point in time have a close relationship with little D from Mechanicsville?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Now, going back to this January 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, did you speak to them about Thug seeing you talk to the police regarding Donovan Thomas's murder?
Did I speak to them about thugs? I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the detectives that Thug thought you were snitching because you were talking to the police?
Huh?
In the same January 2015 interview, did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you thought Thug thought that you were snitching because you had been talking to the police after Donovan Thomas's murder?
They don't make sense. So I don't recall.
Okay. Didn't you tell the detectives in this January 2015 interview, Gaither and Dennis, I think I went wrong when I let Thug know that the detectives keep calling me.
You keep talking about what? You finished?
I am.
You keep talking about what I told the investigators. Listen, I know they want to lock me up. I see them following me everywhere I go. I'm in the restaurant eating, they not eating. And they got me down here for questioning. I know they only question me to trap me up to get me. So I told them anything that came to my mind or whatever the case is. They don't make sense.
When you walked into the police department and to talk to Gaither and Dennis, you walked in on your own, correct?
Most of the time they question me. I was in handcuffs. I don't.
In early 2015, isn't it true you met with the detectives 5 times?
Let me tell you more than that.
Okay.
I don't know how many times I done met with them. I just know that the police questioned me every time that I was in handcuffs.
You had, in front of you, you had 2 dates, correct? Is that January 11th and January 28th?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 378, Yankee Charlie 1. Does that date say February 20th, 2015?
Yes.
Now I'm gonna show you 378 Yankee Delta 1. Does this say February 21st, 2015?
Yes.
And I'm gonna show you 378 Yankee Echo 1. Does this say June 10th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at 378 Yankee Charlie, Yankee Delta, Yankee Echo, do you see yourself in those 3 pictures?
Yes.
Around this time, the state like to tender 378 Yankee Charlie 1, Yankee Delta, 378 Yankee Delta 1, and 378 Yankee Echo 1 is the evidence.
Admitted without objection.
Now, looking at these 5, on January 11th, were you in handcuffs when you went to go speak with the detectives?
Mm-hmm.
On January 11th, when you walked
You
in?
said January 11th?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Were you in handcuffs?
Nah, I'm like this.
Okay. Looking at January 28th, were you in handcuffs when you went to go speak with the detectives?
No, I'm like this.
All right. On February 20th, were you in handcuffs when you and Deshaun went to go speak with the detectives?
No, I'm like this.
Okay. And were you only arrested on February 21st when you went to speak with the detective because you're in a blue jumpsuit, correct?
Yes.
And on June 10th, you were arrested because that's when they arrested you in the house, correct?
You said what now?
June 10th is when they arrested you at your home, correct?
With the white shirt on?
Yes.
Oh, my hands up on the table. I don't know.
But do you recall June 10th being the day that they came to your house and arrested you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? You said, I just need to know, is that a yes for the record?
Oh, I think so.
Okay. Is that the day that you went to jail and you didn't get out till 5 years later?
I started with.
On June 10th. Did you get arrested on June 10th?
Yeah.
Okay. So out of all 5 interviews, you were only arrested 2 times. Is that correct?
I guess.
All right. So each of the other times, besides February 21st and June 10th, you walked freely in and out of the Atlanta Police Department. Is that correct?
Wait a minute. What you mean by that?
Well, sure, I'll repeat it. Would you agree that in early 2015, you went to the police, you talked to the police 5 times?
No, more.
Do you have 5 interviews right there?
Yeah, but they had me in the back of their police cars too.
Okay. How many times did you go to the Atlanta Police Department?
On my own?
In 2015. We're gonna talk about just generally 2015.
I don't know. I don't recall.
All right. Do you see 5 different times in front of you?
I got 5 papers in front of me.
Okay. And would you agree they're all different dates?
Yeah, they all got different dates.
All right. And 3 of those 5, you are not in handcuffs. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3 on my not in handcuffs.
And only 2 of them you are in cuffs, or you knew that you were arrested that day. God bless you.
I guess.
All right. The 2 times that you were arrested is February 21st. Is that what you have on the blue jumpsuit?
Okay, right there.
And June 10th when they arrested you at the house. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
All right. So the other 3 times, January 11th, you came into the Atlanta Police Department on your own, correct?
He called me down there.
Okay. And you voluntarily went down there after he called you, correct? after you spoke
He
with,
took my baby mama down there and told me I need to be down there.
and you decided to go, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And after you interviewed with him, you walked out, correct? And you left. You're shaking your head for me.
Yes. I left.
Now, on January 28th, you also walked into the police department, correct?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. But is it safe to say that you left because you were not arrested in January of 2015?
Yeah, I went locked up in January.
And in February of 2015, that's when you walked into the police department with you and Deshaun, correct?
I think.
And do you remember that being the night or the early morning hours after people shot at you, Deshaun, and your baby?
He was fit to put me in handcuffs.
But did he put you in handcuffs?
Cause the other police told, I don't know if it was that one right there, but one of the police told him, he whispered something to him. Cause I told him, you gonna lock me up, nigga, go ahead and get out of the way.
And they decided not to lock you up, correct?
Cause he wanted the gun.
But he did not lock you up, correct?
The next day he did.
Answer this question. On February 20th, did he lock you up?
He told me I got 24 hours to get him the gun.
Okay. And you were able to leave that interview room to go find the gun, correct?
Finessed him.
You were able to leave, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Oh, yes.
All right. So when you keep saying they only want to keep locking you up, you only were locked up 2 times.
Well. No.
Okay. Do you recall today, you said you spoke with police in the back of police cars. Do you recall how many times you did that back in 2015?
I don't know how many times.
When you were inside the back of the police cars, did they release you or did they take you to jail?
They released me.
Okay. So again, even those times you were not locked up.
Cause I finessed him again.
All right. Now, going back to what I asked you about, your belief that you thought Thug thought you were snitching. Do you recall telling the police that every time you spoke to the police, excuse me, let me strike that, that there were times when the police would call you and you were in Thug's presence? And you were with Thug when the police would call you.
What you mean? You gotta be more specific.
Sure. In January of 2015, when police were calling you about Donovan Thomas's murder.
After he was killed, I wasn't around that much for him to be able to see me answer the phone or talk to any police or anything. What you talking about?
Did you tell the police when they were asking you about Thug thinking you were snitching, you told the police, because like every time he called, it's like I was right there in front of him and I had walked up. I was like, that was the detective. Like, shit, they trying to find out who. And he just felt like I was just making stuff up because I always stutter.
So when you snitching is based off the truth and off facts. Lying and trying to finesse your ways is different things. So there wasn't never the case there would never be the case if he concerned about me snitching. So you only snitching if you telling the police the truth.
And back in 2015, when they were calling you and they were asking you about Nuts' murder, were you telling them that you were not involved in Nuts' murder?
I was telling them I told them everybody did. I told them Shell killed them. I told them all type of people did. I didn't know. I don't know. Y'all just pick and choose what y'all want to take and use. Did I not say Shell did it?
did you tell them that you heard that could have been a rumor?
I told you it was a rumor that they said I did too, right?
Right, and you didn't kill him, correct?
How many times you gonna ask me that?
Okay, then, so if you're talking about rumors, the rumors aren't true. You just told them what you heard.
I'm saying what y'all want to pick and choose with. Okay, I don't recall.
And do you recall, because you keep saying that you wanted to finesse the detectives, is that fair? Do you recall them asking you about an event, a shooting on Spring Street with Doug's girlfriend was having a party at a house or at a hotel on Spring Street?
I never heard anything about it a day in my life.
Okay, and do you remember telling them that you knew nothing about those shooting on Spring Street?
I guess I don't know. I don't know what I done told the investigators.
So if you want to finesse them, why wouldn't you just act like you knew about it and just tell them about it?
Because I didn't hear nothing about it. If I would have heard something from like the street saying, I could have been able to, act like I was there or act like I knew, but I couldn't because I never heard anything about it.
Right, but if you're trying to finesse them and you just tell them whatever they wanted to hear,
right?
You could have just told them, yeah, I heard about it.
So I couldn't because I wouldn't be able to speak on nothing where it'd be like, okay, like let's say if they would say 2 girls got shot in the butt. I would be like, yeah, I was there, man. The 2 girls got shot in the butt. I couldn't because I never heard nothing about the story at all to be able to say, act as if I knew.
But if you're finessing the police, that means you're just lying anyway, right?
So to finesse the police, you got to act like you have knowledge. You got to act like you know.
So if you could have just said, yeah, I heard about that shooting.
I couldn't because I knew his next question was going to be who did it or what happened, where was it? Or I couldn't say anything about nothing.
Okay.
So why would I speak on something and get caught up? I'm not trying to get caught up in my life.
Okay. In the same interview, did you also tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that on the Friday before Donovan Thomas was killed, that you went to DJ Drama studio as well?
If I told the detective something like that, I probably did. I don't.
Okay. And that's something that you also told Investigator Thorpe when he interviewed you.
Well, I hadn't heard the question yet.
You also told Detective Thorpe about going to DJ Drama studio that Friday before Nut was killed as well, correct?
I recall.
Okay. So is it fair to say you told Detective Thorpe about going to DJ Drama studio, then you also told Detective Gaither and Dennis at a later interview about the same series of events leading up to Donovan Thomas's murder?
Can you say that again?
I'm going to give her a little latitude. I think she's trying to get clear what the witness's testimony is. Thank you.
When you first met with Detective Thorpe in January 11th, you told him about going to DJ Drama studio the night before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You also now, in this January 28th interview, you've now told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis also about this going to DJ Drama's studio the Friday night before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct?
I probably did. I don't remember what. I don't know.
Now, during this same January 28th interview, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you actually owned a chopper, a gun, a chopper.
So it's no point in me trying to protect him no more because he did. But huh?
You were making a comment about someone being deceased and passed away.
What you were saying?
Just go ahead and re-ask your question.
Yeah, my question was, in the same interview with Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, did you tell them that back in January 2015, that you, when they asked you what type of gun you had, and you told them that you had a chopper?
Can you say that again?
Sure. In this same January interview where you're meeting with Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, they asked you what type of gun you had. Do you recall telling them that you had a chopper?
No, I don't recall what I just said to them.
And that chopper is a chopper that was purchased by Quindarius Zachary or Little D from Cleveland.
I don't recall.
Now, I think I just heard you say that someone is dead and you don't need to protect them anymore. Who were you referencing?
Tay Threat?
Okay. Is that the young man who passed away a few weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. What would you be protecting him from?
I don't want to talk about it.
And let me ask you this, back in 2015, were you friends with Tay back in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And one, I'm sorry to hear about your loss. In 2015, was Tay shot at by IF gang members while he was sitting in his vehicle back in 2015?
How I supposed to know?
Do you recall talking to Detective Gates and Detective Dennis about him being shot at in his car?
Like, if I see it, I don't recall.
Okay. And Trevon, and is his real name Trevante Turner? You're shaking your head. Is that a yes
Yes,
for the record?
yes.
Back in 2015, did Trevante Turner consider himself a part of YSL?
No.
All right. Do you recall Detective Gates and Detective Dennis talking about the fact that he was shot up by IF gang in the midst of the beef between YSL and IF gang?
All right. Threat had beef with Rich Homie Quan. I don't know what they beef was about, but Threat had beef with Rich Homie Quan, and he was on his ass. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who was on who's behind?
Threat was on Rich Homie.
Okay.
And yeah, Threat was on Rich Homie, and Threat got into it with Nut and him. That's it.
And at the time, was Rich Homie Quan claiming affiliation with IF gang?
Huh?
Let me ask this first. Are you talking about Rich Homie Quan and Threat? Was this back in 2015?
What you mean?
What you were just telling me?
No, it was 2014. I think it was one of them years.
And at the time, was Rich Homie Quan claiming affiliation with IF gang?
I don't know what Rich Homie was claiming.
And you said that Threat got into it with Nut in them.
I don't know. I don't know how it went, but I know that. Yeah, Threat like that.
Okay. Is that what started the beef between YSL and IF gang?
Threat wasn't YSL. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people, YSL is not what y'all making it be. Like I keep telling y'all that a person can wake up and say Atlanta is a monkey see, monkey do city. Like you see people doing something, you just do it. I mean, and people say just because I know this person, oh yeah, I say, oh, I take a picture and say on YSL or whatever, but that was MDC. You know what I mean? There wasn't no, it wasn't no YSL or that shit.
Did he ever stop claiming MDC and claim YSL?
Nah, we don't switch up. That's just what it is.
And you said he claimed MDC. What's MDC?
I don't know.
Okay, but if you said he claimed it, do you not know what MDC stands for?
It's none of my business.
So when you say he's claiming MDC, what do you mean? When you say he's claiming MDC, what do you mean?
I don't ask questions. That's what I mean.
Okay. Is MDC a music group?
Ask them.
I'm asking you.
I think they got rappers. I don't know.
Okay. Are they a music group?
Huh?
Are they a music group?
Sustained.
Does MDC stand for most dangerous clique?
Ask them.
I'm asking
I'm
you.
from Canterville.
Okay, but you said he claims MDC, so I'm asking you, does it stand for most dangerous clique?
If I say yeah and that ain't what it stands for, you're gonna say I'm lying. So I don't know what it stands for.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis about members of MDC beating up Little D from Mechanicsville in the club, in Club Crucial?
I don't recall. Probably so. I ain't no telling.
Do you know if members of MDC beat up Demekion or Little D from Mechanicsville in Club Crucial?
They did. I was laughing too.
And MDC, are they from Bowen Homes?
No, ask me. Ask them.
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis in an interview that you were cool with MDC dudes because you grew up in Bowen Homes and they from Bowen Homes?
I'm from Canterville.
But that you spent some time, did you spend time in Bowen Homes?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall living in Bowen Homes before moving to Mechanicsville?
Oh, I stayed in Bowen Home.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that you stayed in Bowen Homes prior to moving to Mechanicsville?
I don't know if I told them that.
Okay. And that because you did stay in Bowen Homes, you were cool with a lot of the dudes in MDC. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that?
I don't recall.
What does it mean to claim a clique? You said he claimed MDC. What does that mean to claim a clique or claim MDC? What does that mean?
What you mean?
You said it, so I'm asking you, what did you mean? You said he claims MDC. What does that mean?
Ask it. I don't know.
I'm asking you because you said it. So what did you
That's
mean?
just how I talk.
Okay, so what did you mean when you said that?
You said something about was he YSL or something. I'm just, you know what I mean? Like you can't tie my friends into what nobody else got going on. Like when you speaking on gangs, you know what I mean? A gang is a gang. That shit don't have nothing to do with nothing else.
If you
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Okay, it's all
You
right.
frustrated me up here.
That's fine. So what did you mean? I'm asking a very specific question. What did you mean when you said he claimed MDC? What does that mean to claim it?
I guess we gotta Google it then.
Well, you,
Mr. Copeland, she's not asking, what does it mean objectively? She's asking, what did you mean when you said it?
I just said it, Your Honor. I don't know.
now. All right. Now, earlier we talked about you talking to Nut back in 2015. Do you recall ever meeting with Nut to give him back some items that were stolen from him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall, isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that prior to Nut passing away, that someone broke into his car and you ended up with the merchandise from his car being broken into?
I recall telling you in the back room somewhere in this courthouse that I lied, and I'm being truthful today by telling you that I made it up. So what I said to the investigators in the past, I came forward and told you that I was in the room by myself when I told you that. I don't have no reason to lie. Don't nobody intimidate me. I'm not trying to protect nobody, no nothing. But I'm not going to sit up here and tell a lie that I can't keep up with. That's just it. I don't know. Like, what you talking about?
Okay. We're going to get to what you told me, but I'm going to ask you first. Did you tell back in 2015 that you met up with Nut because someone stole some of his items and you gave him those items back?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, speaking about what you told me, do you recall telling me and my investigator Long that it was actually you who stole the items and then you returned it back to him?
I play too much.
Okay, but do you recall telling myself and investigator Long that you actually took those items, but you didn't return them?
I did tell you that.
All right. But more importantly, that you actually met up with Nut. Do you recall telling the police that you met up with Nut to give him back those items that were stolen?
I probably did.
You probably did tell the police, or you probably did meet up with him to return the items to him?
I probably did tell that to the police.
Do you have any independent memory today of you actually returning the items to Nut?
I did.
You did return those items?
I did give him his stuff back.
So that was something truthful that you told the police?
That was.
Okay.
I don't know if I told it to the police, but I told it to you.
Isn't it true you also told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015 that you called Nut and said, hey man, I got your shit right here, pull up on me, and he came and pulled up on me and you gave him his stuff back?
Take a little bit of lie and put it with it, take a little bit of truth and put it with a lie. That's what I do.
And also during this same meeting that you met Nut to give him back his stuff, you talked to him about the beef you were having with him and Kel. Well, excuse me, with you and Kel. I apologize.
Can you say it again?
Sure. In this same meeting that you gave Nut back his stuff, you and Nut talked about the beef that you were having with Kel.
So when I gave Nut his stuff back, I didn't like the way he looked at me. So we didn't have no conversation. He seen all the people I had with me. He got his stuff back, said appreciate it, and he left. So what I told investigators was, I don't know what I don't recall what I told them, but I remember giving him his stuff back, and I didn't like the way that he looked at me.
Okay. Did you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you and Nut had never had any beef and never had any issues?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you met with Nut, do you remember who you were with?
I ain't telling you.
Okay, so do you remember who you were with?
There's a lot of people with me.
Okay. Who were some of the people that were with you?
I can't recall.
All right. Well, you just told me that you weren't going to tell me, so
Because I can't, it was a lot of people with me.
how many people did you have with you?
More than 5.
Did Nut have anyone with him?
I think so.
Do you remember who that was?
Yeah, I don't know them by name though. He had 2 or 3 people with him.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that he had his brother Greedy with him?
I don't recall.
And that Greedy pulled up in the gray Impala, and then Nut pulled up in his Tahoe truck, his green Tahoe.
From what I remember was I was already talking to Nut when that great car pulled up.
Okay. And was Nut in his green Tahoe truck? Do you remember?
Damn, I can't really recall what Nut was in.
Okay.
He may have. I ain't pay attention to his car. It's just the way the other car pulled up that made me pay attention.
Okay, so did you not like how Greedy pulled up?
Yeah.
Okay, so was your issue with the way Greedy pulled up, or your issue was with Nut?
The way they did, I don't recall.
All right, while you're looking through your notes, we haven't had a break in a little while. It's probably time to at least stretch. Let's take a quick break.
Thank you.
All right, to adjourn.
All right, we can all take a break as well. Anybody need to say anything with the record before we do that? All right.
That's it, nose running, that's all.
Metro in this bitch going crazy. Coming out of Jones, Borough South. Nigga having goals all through their mouth. Lifetime goals, running through the roof. Pulling out the ghost, make a nigga poof. Niggas talking shit, but what is it they do? I knew it's big homie, nigga, and I got the proof. My spot is on army base, and I got the truth. Say my bitch on vacate, put her in the coupe. Change the channel, wanna see none of these pussy niggas. I been fucking niggas, bitches, and getting plenty figures. On the road to riches and got the realest with us. Slaughter gang with me, nigga, knives, not a scissors. Street nigga with a bunch of lives like a tigger. Y'all niggas just a bunch of dykes, fucking niggas. Nigga told, and he was my homie, I can't miss him. Ain't nobody feel him. Tell me what you seen, what you saw. How they ran it up, I'm guessing which broad. I'ma take home tonight. I'm trying to see, I'm taking home tonight. I seen a John getting shot at the light. They got the arguing over a new crack pipe. I call the seamstress, my pants ain't tight enough. None of my bitches tell me I'm not man enough. What the fuck wrong with these broke ass niggas? Yeah, I told them tie it down. I'ma thank you pocket watching, don't look at my pants now. My diamonds louder than no fucking ambulance now. Ask the bitch from the sideline, stand now. Running through the projects. Ducking all the fries, got a knot in my pocket, a knot in my drawers. Take off like a rocket with 13 bras. In the attic, put the brakes in the walls. No need to talk to me, I'm big dog. I roll the windows up, and that ain't knowing us. I'm no beginner, yeah. I got my stain up, I told her giddy up. We ran the train on her. Coming out of Jones, Borough South. Nigga having goals all through their mouth. Lifetime goals, running through the roof. Pulling out the ghost, make a nigga poof. Niggas talking shit, but what is it they do? I knew it's big homie, nigga, and I got the proof. My spot is on army base, and I got the truth. Say my bitch on vacate, put her in the coupe.
Now, Mr. Copeland, we just talked about MDC. And I want to go back very quickly to the shooting at the gambling house in Lakewood. Do you remember us talking about that a little bit earlier? And when we talked about it earlier, do you recall back in 2015, in the same January 2015 interview, telling the detectives that initially you all thought it was MDC that shot at you at the gambling house?
Can you say that again?
Sure. When discussing the gambling house shooting, initially, do you remember telling Detective Gaither that initially you all thought that it was MDC that shot at you all at the gambling house?
I know MDC didn't shoot at us. Me.
And when you talked to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the shooting, you actually went into some details about what happened that night of the shooting. Do you recall doing that?
What you mean?
Like telling Detective Gaither, giving them details about what happened the night of the shooting.
I remember what happened, but I don't remember what I told the police.
Okay, what do you remember happening?
Niggas were shooting at us.
Can you watch your language?
I mean, people were shooting at us.
All right. And where were you all? Where were you standing when they were shooting at you?
Outside.
Okay, and you said they were shooting at us. Who else was out there with you?
A lot of people, little kids. I can't be specific who was out there.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Thug was out there with you?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that the individuals started shooting from the bushes?
I don't recall where they were shooting at, but I thought they were shooting at.
And also, did you tell Detective Gaither that you ended up having to run behind a young woman who was out there as well?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
And do you recall telling the investigators that at the Cascade skating ring, you confronted Kel about them shooting at you all from the bushes?
What happened in Nut got nothing to do with YSL. This some shit, excuse me language. This got everything to do with threat. You know what I mean? I was trying to protect threat from the get-go. You know what I mean? Threat, and they had some more stuff going on. Like,
was Threat at the gambling house when it got shot up by Kel?
Young, you say nothing I say can be used against me?
That's right.
Me and Threat shot up Rich Homie Coin Daddy Barbershop on Bankhead. I don't know what happened with Threat and Rich Homie Coin, but I'm a ride with my brother. And they was beefing. And yeah, we put up and did that.
Okay. And as a result of, why did you and Threat shoot up Rich Homie Quan Daddy's barbershop?
Because I'm a ride with Threat.
Okay. Did Threat tell you why he was shooting
I
up
don't
the
ask no
barbershop?
questions. I just say, let go.
And when Rich Homie Quan's barbershop was shot up, was that in September of 2014? Do you remember?
I don't know when. I know we went up there and shot it up.
Okay. Was it before Nut was killed?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened the day that you and Threat shot up Rich Homie Quan's daddy's barbershop?
What you mean?
Do you remember that day? What led up to you going to the barbershop and shooting it up?
I told them they go do it.
What led up to you saying, let's go do it? Why?
Threat was mad. He was like, he fucking keep scaring my language. He was talking, playing like we somebody to play with. And I was ready. I had them choppers on deck.
Why was Threat beefing with Rich Homie Quan to shoot up his daddy's shop?
Cause we didn't know where he was.
So did you go to the shop looking for Rich Homie Quan?
Nah, we went to send a message.
What time did you go and shoot up?
I ain't telling you that.
Okay. Was it in the morning? Was it?
It was at night.
To your knowledge, did anyone send threat to go shoot up Rich Homie Quan's daddy's shop to send a message?
No, he said what he said, and I told him, let's go do it.
You said that you all went to go send a message. What message were you sending?
We ain't the ones to play with.
Did something happen between Rich Homie Quan and Threat prior to you all having to go send a message?
Yeah, but I don't know nothing about it.
So how do you know something happened if you don't know anything about it?
Because I can't say for facts if it's the truth.
Now, did this shooting of Rich Homie Quan's daddy's barbershop start the beef between If Gang and YSL?
The beef was never between If Gang and YSL.
Okay.
The beef was between me, Threat, and Shell Care. Rich Homie Quan, because they were Shell Care was trying to ride Rich Homie Quan. The streets threw YSL into what me and Threat had going on.
Well, that takes me back to the shooting at Lakewood, right?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. You just said that the streets brought YSL into what you and Threat had going on, correct? That's what you just said?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for the record?
Yes, my bad.
So going back to the shooting at the gambling house, when you learned that Shell Kell was the one who shot up Thug's vehicle, did you and Shell Kell squash your beef when the two of you met at the Cascade skating rink?
Nothing I say could be used in no courtroom,
That is correct.
federal or state.
Is that the parameters of the immunity or?
Nothing can be used.
Correct.
And what your question was?
When you and Shell Kell met at the Cascade skating rink, did the two of you shake hands and said that the beef was over when y'all met at the Cascade skating rink?
I put a gun out on him
At the Cascade skating
at the
rink?
Cascade skating ring.
Okay. Well, who'd you pull it out on?
Shell Care.
And once you pulled the gun out on Shell Kell, what happened?
I had somebody with me that I didn't want to get caught up in my bullshit, my shenanigans.
Who was with you?
I can't recall.
Well, if somebody you just
I
said,
can't remember who it was with me.
okay. So how do you know you didn't want them caught up in your shenanigans?
Because I wasn't fit to put nobody else in my, I just wasn't gonna do that.
Okay. So after you pulled the gun out on him, did you shake hands with him to say that the beef was over between the two of you?
Nope.
Okay.
I pulled the gun out and let him know I could have got you right now.
Okay. And you didn't shoot him?
No, I didn't.
All right. So did you tell the police Gaither and Dennis back in January 2015 that you and Shell Kell shook hands and said that the beef was over and y'all two were laughing about it?
Well, I'm talking to the police, so I'm not going to tell them what actually took place. If I knew that y'all was going to do what y'all doing today, I wouldn't never even did what I did.
Okay. And then after you told the police that you all shook hands, you told the police that Kell wanted you to FaceTime Thug.
Thug had nothing to do with what we had going on.
That's not what I'm asking you, Mr.
I'm
Copeland.
telling you the truth.
Did Kel shoot up or shoot Thug's car the night that the gambling house was shot up?
Everybody could got shot up, and I can't say if I never seen who actually did it. They say that it was Kel who did it.
Was Thug's car one of the cars that was shot up the night that the gambling house was shot up?
My car was shot up, and a few other cars. I didn't see Thug car because once I came from behind the wall, everybody was scared of pulling off.
So is your response that you don't know if Thug's car was shot up?
I don't recall if his car was shot. I doubt it was shot up because I seen it what a couple days later or whatever.
Did you tell the police that when back in this January interview with Gaither and Dennis, that when Kel asked you to FaceTime Thug, you FaceTime Thug and said, "Hey, Salam, the beef over with." So Thug was like, "Yeah, it's over with." And then Kel got on the phone and Thug started talking. And Thug said, "The beef ain't over with until you pay for my window. You shot my window."
But I told you I'd make anything up if I'm talking to investigators.
Okay. And they clarified and they asked you, is that what Kel said? And you said, no, that's what Thug told Kel.
It don't take a rocket science to come up with. I don't recall what I told investigators. I know I wasn't going to tell them that I put a gun on Sheriff Kel, and if I didn't have certain people with me, I was going to do something to them.
Okay. And that furthermore, you said, you told Detective Gaither and Dennis, yeah, he shot Thug's window. So Thug, like, I don't care about none of that, about what you all have going on. You still shot at me. Just pay for my window. If you don't pay for my window, hey man, I ain't letting nothing go. I looked at Kel and said, that's between y'all two. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that?
You know, I don't need to talk like that.
All right. And then afterwards, they hung up from FaceTime and Kel's like, nah, man, call Nut. And so you and Kel started talking and you told Kel, just pay for the window. This shit over. And Kel's like, pay for the window? This nigga just tried me. Did you tell the police that that's what Kel told you after he got off the phone with Thug?
When I pulled that gun out on Sheriff Kel, I said, I could have got you. He went his way and I went mine.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that you actually did shoot at Kel's house back in June of 2015? In the interview in June of 2015, you actually told the police that you shot at Kel. Do you not recall that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So I don't think I got a chance to get him.
You said that. You told the police you shot in the air, but Kel was around. Do you recall telling the police?
Can you say it again?
Sure.
I shot in the air, but what?
It was just represented that he told the police he shot at Cal, and now it's being represented, he told the police he shot in the air, but Cal was around.
All right, well, that may be something he told the police too. I don't know. She can ask about it and he can answer whatever his recollection is of what he said to the police. Go ahead. Okay, well, that is true. So make sure that you have a basis for your questions.
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Looking at those pictures, did you also speak to detectives in June of 2015?
June? Yes.
Okay. And during that interview, do you recall telling the police that you actually did shoot at Kel, but you told them that you actually shot in the air, but Kel was around?
I love God too much to be shooting at him.
Okay. Do you recall telling the police that you shot in the air?
No, I don't even recall ever shooting in the air.
Now I want to go back to the January 28th, 2015 interview. Do you recall telling the detectives that you told Kel, you got a problem with Thug, you don't have a problem with me. That's over with, and y'all shook hands?
Yeah, I don't recall what I done told the investigators.
Now, in the same 2015 interview with Gaither and Dennis, after you spoke with them, Gaither and Dennis, about what led up to the shooting on the highway, do you recall giving them more detailed information about the shooting on the highway?
What you mean?
Sure. Let me ask you this. Do you remember how long your interview was with Gaither and Dennis?
See, they questioned me so many times.
Okay. Do you remember the interview being approximately 3 hours?
Probably so.
Okay. And in the course of that interview, do you recall talking to them about a number of different things?
Like, I don't recall.
Okay. In speaking with Gaither and Dennis about the shooting on the highway, do you recall being at a pool party before the shooting occurred on the highway?
No.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you all were at someone's home or at the pool party and you were getting ready to leave when you saw Booshi, Booshi, get on the phone prior to you leaving the party?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
Okay. And you actually thought Booshi might be setting you up?
She know better.
Okay. But did you think, okay, did you tell the detective you thought that she might be setting you up?
I don't recall what I told the detectives.
And you thought that Booshi might be setting you up because her family was friends with Nutt's family?
I don't know who her family friends with. I don't even know who her family is.
Do you recall them saying in that same interview that once you all left the party, you all got on the highway and you got near, I believe it was Atlanta Medical Center back then? And that's the area in where the shooting occurred on the highway.
Can you say that again?
Sure. That after you left the pool party, you and I believe Shannon got into a car and you all left, and the route that you took was near Atlanta Medical Center.
Oh, I don't recall what I told the investigators. The truth of the matter was I was trying to protect my friend. Threat.
Okay. Were you trying to protect Threat when you all were getting shot at on the highway?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Okay. Was Threat in the car with you when you were getting shot at on the highway?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the detectives that you reached out to Yet Gotti because he was dating Booshi at the time, to tell him you thought that Booshi set him up?
I don't recall.
And when you spoke to Yet and you confronted him and said, your girl just set me up, he responded to you and said, who? Booshi? And then he told you he was gonna call you back. He hung up. He called back and said, she doesn't know what you're talking about, that she didn't set you up.
I don't recall.
Now, earlier we talked about who you hang with, or back in 2015, who you were hanging with back in January of 2015. And did you tell detectives in this same January interview, Detective Gaither and Dennis, that outside of Shannon and Little D from Mechanicsville, you're not going to see them hanging with anybody else?
I don't recall what I told the investigators.
Did you also tell them that there's not going to be one time that you don't see you and Little D together, no matter what?
I don't recall what I told the investigators. But Lady is not he don't have my life, he not like me. Lady is a pretty boy, he for the girls.
Okay, so when you say he's not like you, what do you mean?
I don't recall.
Okay, so why did you just say that?
I don't recall.
So when you say he's like the girls, what do you mean?
He's a pretty boy.
Okay.
He's not a troublemaker.
Okay, so what does that mean? Why did you tell me that?
Lady was only around for the girls.
So when he got beat up in the club, was that only for the girls?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
So if he's only about the girls.
Lady is not a fighter, he's not a shooter, he's just a pretty boy.
Okay. Are you aware of Little D shooting at people's houses after he got beat up in the club in April of 2015?
No, Lady don't know how to shoot no gun.
Okay. Were you aware of him being convicted for that?
Cause Lady wanna be something that he ain't. So he probably took a charge. Ain't no telling.
Now, are you familiar with a person by the name of Trevia?
Who?
And Trevia?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Do you know of Moontung having a girlfriend named Trevia?
Oh, the girl. Yeah, I know I don't know her. I know who you're talking about.
Okay. And Trevia, was she at one point in time also dating Shell Cal?
That's her.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detectives about Trevia and about the issues you had with Trevia yourself?
I ain't had no issues with her.
Do you recall telling the detectives about Moontuk and Shell Cal getting into an argument at Club Crucial?
We grown, we men, we ain't doing no arguing, especially not over no girl.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis?
I would tell them anything.
And that their argument wasn't over a girl?
I don't recall.
Earlier, you talked about pulling a gun out on Shell Cal. Do you recall telling me that a few moments ago?
Yes.
All right. In this same January, excuse me, I thought it was in June, but in this same January interview, do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you actually told Shell Cal that you almost shot at him and that you could have killed him if you wanted to? You actually told Detective Gaither.
If I got a chance, I would have.
Okay. But did you tell Detective Gaither that you told Shell Cal that you almost shot at him?
I don't recall.
Okay. And that you actually told him, I was this close to you, but I could have killed you if I wanted to.
No, I don't recall.
And that's when you told him, I ain't shoot at you, but I shot in the air. If I would have shot you, I could have got you.
You said it again?
Sure. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you actually did tell Shell Cal that you almost tried to shoot at him, but that you ended up shooting in the air?
I don't recall.
And that you told him, I would have shot you. I could have gotten to you, bro.
Anytime he got shot at? No, I don't recall.
And even when you told Detective Gaither that you intended to shoot at Shell Cal, were you arrested that day at all?
Because I'm not telling on myself.
But you told her what you told Shell Cal, which was that you were shooting at him.
I told her lies because I knew she wouldn't be able to go back and I knew she wouldn't go back and get nothing to prove that what I said was true.
Okay, but you just told this jury that you did try to shoot at Shell Cal, so that wasn't a lie, correct?
No, I put a gun out on him. It's a difference.
Now, after January 28th, did you then go back to the police department in February 20th after you, your daughter, and your child's mother were shot at when you were coming out the house?
They took me down there.
Okay. And when they took you down there, did you speak with the police?
I had no choice.
And did you tell them what happened to you?
I told them different stories.
What do you recall happening the day that you, your child, and your child's mother were shot at?
My child was crying. She wouldn't stop crying. We was taking her to the hospital. We came out the door. Somebody was out there waiting. And then what happened?
Okay. When you went to come out, child, where were you?
Carver home.
Okay. And where were you taking your baby?
To the hospital.
And today, do you recall which hospital you were taking her to?
I think Sky's right. This one that I used to always take her to.
Okay. And once you walked out the house, what do you remember happening?
I look around. I seen the car sitting at the stop sign, just sitting there. I walked towards the car. I walked towards my car and I grabbed my baby mama's hand and pulled her closer to me. And the car pulled out like if it come, like they were trying to figure out which way they wanted to go. Then they turned my way. I told her to get down. I pulled the gun out, put my baby behind my back, because she was in the car seat. I pulled my gun out. I can't remember if I threw my child in the back seat with my baby mama or if I just held her behind my back. But the car rolled on side of me. I seen all the windows up, and I didn't just want to shoot anybody off of paranoid. So I waited. They rolled up, let they window down, and tried to shoot. And I shot all in their car.
And what happened after you shot at their car?
I ran around, grabbed my baby mama out the back seat, told her to duck behind me as we tried to go back into the apartment, and they like got out the window and tried to shoot. They shot, and I shot back at them again, and then the car started making a lot of noise. They ran to a house, they jumped out, and I shot at them some more. Then the neighbors, somehow we couldn't get in, but she got in and we ran. The neighbors is in their house.
And the neighbor, the house you ran into, were they initially outside as well when the shooting first started? Do you remember?
I think it was, but it was so fast. I wasn't caring about it. My only mind was on my kid and my baby mom.
And when that occurred, did you feel the need that you had to protect your child and your child's mother?
That's my job.
And that's why you shot back.
That's my job.
Okay. And once everything occurred, did you wait for the police to come to tell them about what happened?
No, I was trying to dip, but when I came out, the police came so fast. Shit, they caught me.
And when they caught up with you, did you tell them everything you just told the jurors right now while you were still on the scene, still back at Carver Homes?
No, I lied and said that somebody named Tay was shooting back at them.
Okay.
And when he said he gonna call Gator, whatever her name is, I knew she was gonna be like, which Tay? So I just went ahead and told him I was shooting back.
Okay. So when you went down to the police department and you spoke with the detective, do you recall initially not wanting to tell them who shot at you or who you saw shooting at you?
So, I mean, I tell it over and over and over and over and over that I never saw no one face. I to this day, I still never saw no one face. The detectives, they pressured me. They kept asking me. I didn't know nobody. And then the next day they wanted the gun. They gave me 24 hours. I didn't get them the gun. They locked me up. And when they locked me up, they put me on isolation. They wouldn't let me out the room. I was going crazy. I was thinking about when nobody out there to protect my baby mama and my child. I was losing it. Shit, I was going crazy in that room. So I just went putting things in my head, and I was requesting to speak to the police so I could say anything to get out, so I could get out there and do what I know.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the interview now on February 20th, 2015, and looking at those state's exhibits. Can you find the one that's February 20, 2015?
It's right in front of me.
And is that the one that you and Deshaun were in the interview room together?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall there being times in the interview that the detectives left and you and Deshaun were in there by yourselves?
I can't really say how that interview went because the police don't question me so many times.
And in that interview, initially, did you even tell that first detective that it was Tay who shot you?
No, I don't know which. It was so many of them. I just know when I was still in Carver Home, I tried to go outside to get the key from the car because I had already left the car running, and Deshaun dropped her purse, which had the key in it. So I was trying to go get the key, and then that's when the police caught me. And the first police that came up, he didn't know me, and I didn't know him, so I just told him anything. But when he was like, "They getting the gang unit here," I was like, "Shit," because the gang unit know everybody I know. So I just told them, I shot back.
Okay. And even when you told me you shot back, you did not get arrested for shooting back at Tay, or excuse me, shooting back at the cars that shot at you.
Right. So when I went ahead and admitted that I was shooting back, they searched me. And then he was like, "Okay, man, you're not under arrest, whatever." So he's like, we just want to take you down for questioning. I'm like, but if me and my baby mama got shot up, why you only taking me? If you're gonna lock me up, just gonna lock me up. And then one of the police had, because the police put like his handcuff, and he was like, nah, we don't need that. Told him put the handcuffs up. And he like, man, come. So I like, do I gotta go? He like, yeah, because I gotta get your statement. So I'm like, well, why she? And he like, she could come too.
Okay. And the both of you all went to the police department.
He took us down there.
All right. And she wasn't arrested and you weren't arrested when you went down there.
No, we wasn't.
All right. And during that interview, do you recall them trying to find out from you who was the person that shot at you?
That's what he kept asking. I don't recall, but I know that's what he kept asking.
And you were concerned about telling them because you were concerned about snitching.
No, at that point, I didn't give a fuck about, oh, excuse me, sorry. I didn't care about nothing or nobody walking this earth.
During that interview, do you recall the detective? And let me actually just strike that. The person who interviewed you, was it Detective Thorpe?
I don't have a clue who it was.
Okay. Do you remember being Detective Gates or Detective Dennis?
I remember them saying that the gang unit gonna come question me. I don't remember. I don't even know if they questioned me about this. I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember the detective asking, or didn't the detective ask you, do you recognize anybody in the car that tonight this any shot at you? Do you recognize anybody? And Deshaun says, I couldn't see their face. He asked you, you recognize who it is. I'm just waiting on you to be real with me about it. And you said it won't stop it. And he says to you, so you saying the loyalty, not knowing who was out here shooting at your baby mama and your baby ain't gonna stop it? Because you can't sit here and tell me today who you recognize as a person who was shooting at you. And then you continue to say, I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I didn't shoot one of them. I haven't done nothing to them. I honestly haven't. They've been shooting up. I haven't retaliated not one time. I'm going to tell you why I haven't, because I feel like police out to get me. Gaither caught me. Guess what? They can call me. I put all my pride to the side. I put a lot of faith in her to handle. I'm sorry. And I put a lot of faith in her to handle this. And guess what? It's still going on. And he says to you,
Where's the question?
that he was concerned about snitching. Were you concerned about snitching?
No, I'm not. I wasn't concerned about snitching.
Okay.
It's more about getting whoever did that. So if I had to throw the police out by saying anything for the person who actually did do it, I don't want the police to know who did it because you shot me while I got my child. Fuck jail.
Okay. Do you recall telling the detective that one of your cousins was getting tortured now because people thought that he had snitched?
What I'm trying to do to people who shot at me and my child, I ain't trying to see them in jail.
Okay, but did you tell the detectives, again, you were concerned about being labeled a snitch?
If that was the case, then I wouldn't be a snitch.
Isn't it true that you told the detectives, your cousin, he's getting shot at, all this because they think he snitched? I'm already going through enough about something I didn't do. And I know if I was to tell you what was going on, as much as I know, they're going to be on the records and all this here, and you got to get him locked up, and he going to get his discovery package. First thing you're going to do is send the 2 places, to the street and to prison, and float it all around the city of Atlanta, and then all around prison. But my name's over that. I'm not going out that way. No, I'm not going through none of that. Look, they shot at me, my girl, and my baby. Almost shot my face off as we were running. I'm not for sure, but I thought I heard one of the bullets hit the car seat and grazed the car seat. I don't know.
I've been to jail so many times that I know whatever I say to the police will be in black and white. They have me no concern about being labeled a snitch or being concerned about being labeled a snitch. The way I live and the way my mind set up is, I don't care how nobody label me. Like I told you, somebody shot me while I got my child.
Okay. And with that, the detective tried to encourage you to tell who you saw and you would not. Is that true?
My right-handed guard, Detective Gator, told me who shot at me. She asked me, did I see one of the people? And when she said that, I was like, I didn't see this boy, no nothing. First thing came to my mind, why you bring his name up? I didn't know no blood was in the car. I didn't know nothing. And when they told me that and she brought his name up, I knew who shot at me then.
Didn't you send to Detective Gaither and the day after this interview a picture of the person who shot at you in the car?
Tay never shot at me.
Okay, but
there was a throw off.
But you sent her that picture, correct?
I can't recall. If I did, I probably did. But my whole motive was to get who, in my heart, like I said last time, and to this day right here, I have seen Tay after the fact, and I didn't do nothing to him because I knew 100% fact that this boy didn't shoot at me or do nothing to me. The pressure that the Atlanta police put on me was just like to say anything at this point, because at the end of the day, I know this boy didn't shoot at me. Y'all went to lock them up and charge him. The DA office called me, and when I was in, they didn't call me, they called Deshaun. When I was in jail, and they was talking to her, and they was saying something about trial. I told them people on the phone while I was in jail back in whatever year that was, that he wasn't the person that shot us. I'm not protecting him. And to the day, he's out wherever he at. I'm not protecting him. I never saw him shoot at me.
Okay. In the same February 20th interview, do you recall there being a period of time when the detective left the room and it was only you and Deshaun in the room speaking?
I don't recall nothing that took place in the interrogation. But as we speak today, I'm telling you what I recall. When they shot at me with me, Deshaun, and my child, I remember every second of that night. I still see it every night I go to sleep. I still want this it.
And is it true that in the same February interview, when Detective Curry left the room, it was just you and Deshaun, you said to her, this shit not going to work. Sit right here and be a damn snitch, so I'm going to keep going. And she says to you, why are you acting like you did? I didn't. They want me to say I did. Well, you should just said no. I thought you know all of them. And you said, I do know who it was. You were just saying you didn't know what to say. I did. When he jumped out the car, I know exactly who I saw. And she said, who? And you said, this shit got my blood pressure up. I think they be walking somewhere right here or something with the police right here. They had to be walking somewhere. They could have ran up to the car. And then you say, it's Tay and them. Do you recall telling Deshaun that when it was just the two of you in the room?
I don't recall saying that, but I have watched First 48, and any of my family members will tell you, I don't remember watch police all day. Any movie, I just watch and learn how they operate. When that police left out, I knew they were still recording us. Like I said, I like it.
So why wouldn't, so if you told the detectives, I don't know who shot me, why didn't you just continue to say that if you knew the cameras were running? Why did you just tell Deshaun that knowing that the cameras were running?
Because my whole motive is to convince the police that I'm going to tell them the truth.
But you already convinced them, according to you, by telling them you didn't know who shot you, correct?
But you got to understand the difference, like how you put pressure on me now. You keep applying pressure. You know what I mean? Like at this point, I'm liable to say anything, but the truth of the matter is I don't know who shot at me until Detective Gaither said one of the boys' name. And when she said one of the boys' name, she said blood. And when they locked me up the next day, I was in what's name, and one of the boys came in like, he just came from Cub home, and they found he told me some stuff that happened that I was like, what? I put 2 and 2 together, and that's how I knew who shot at me.
Was Detective Gaither in the room when you were talking to Deshaun?
I don't know. Like yeah, I'm talking about the whole time frame. When that investigator questioned me, you know what I mean? Like it was I know Tay personally. Like I'm not gonna tell you nothing about what me and Tay had going on, But y'all know, like I know Tay didn't have nothing to do with me getting shot at.
Matter of fact, you just said you knew Tay. Didn't you tell Detective Curry that Tay had just been at your house a few days before the shooting?
Exactly. I invited him there.
Exactly. And you told the detective that that's how you knew who he was, because he had been to your house.
You want to tell you why I invited Tay to my house? I'm not even gonna do him like that. No, I'm not telling y'all that.
Okay. I'm not asking you to tell me anything. I'm asking you, were you concerned about snitching, which is why you did not want to initially tell Detective Curry who shot at you?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
After, in that same February interview, once Detective Curry left the room and you had an opportunity to talk to Deshaun, do you remember Detective Curry coming back into the room and speaking with you some more?
I don't remember. I don't recall how the interrogation went.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Do you recall being concerned that there was a whole gang after you because they thought that you had killed Nut?
I wouldn't be in the streets if that was the case.
Didn't you tell the detective at this February 20th interview, I can't run from it. It's a whole gang after me. Different niggas every day. It could be different niggas every day. Every day.
I was telling the investigators anything where I could be a victim, because if I caught one of them down bad, I'd be justified.
When you say caught them down bad, what does that mean?
Self-explanatory.
It's not. If you can tell me, what does that mean?
I don't recall.
Okay, so why did you just say that?
I don't know.
And in February of 2015, when you had this initial interview after you and your child mother was shot at, did you just want the police to do their job and find out who killed Nut so that people would stop coming after you?
Can you say it again?
Sure. In February of 2015, when you had this initial interview, did you just want the police to do their job so that people could stop coming after you? You wanted them to find out who killed Nut so people could stop coming after you.
You saying, did I say that?
Yes.
I guess I don't recall. I think so. I don't know.
Were you tired of people coming after you thinking that you killed Nut?
I was tired of getting shot at.
And were you getting shot at because people thought you killed Nut?
Sustained.
Did you believe that you were getting shot at because people thought you killed Nut?
Well, I was getting shot at before that.
I'm talking about in January 2015.
I never got shot at in January 2015. I think I got shot in like in February or something like that.
When you were shot at and while you were in the car, was that in January 2015?
I don't recall. The only time I remember getting shot at is when I had my daughter. That's the only time I think I got shot at, if I'm not mistaken. After Nut got killed.
And you said you don't recall the time on the highway.
I don't remember if it was before or after he got killed. I told you, I've been shot at a lot.
Now, you said that you finessed them because they wanted the gun that you used to shoot back at the individuals who shot at you. What happened to that gun?
How do I know?
What did you do with the gun after you shot at them?
What gun?
The gun that you used to shoot at the individuals who shot at you.
I don't know nothing about no gun. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you just testify a few moments ago that while your baby was in your hand, you took the gun and shot at these individuals who shot at you?
Oh, I told them I throw that gun in the woods.
Who did you tell that to?
The police, they caught me there that night. And they went to search the woods and they said they couldn't find it.
All right. Did you tell the detective who you were interviewing with that the gun was back at home and that you were going to go get the gun and bring it to them?
Yes, I think I told them that.
Okay.
I told them if they let me go, I'd bring the gun back.
And that specifically, you won't call Gaither and give Gaither the gun.
I don't know if I said that, but I probably did.
Okay. And did you ever give Gaither the gun?
No.
Why not?
Is you crazy?
They asked you for the gun. Why didn't you give it to her?
I knew I wasn't gonna get in the gun from the start.
Okay. Did you eventually explain in June of 2015 the reason why you never gave Gaither the gun?
What you mean?
When you were interviewed in June of 2015, did you tell Gaither why you never gave her the gun?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you tell Gaither in June of 2015 that you never gave her the gun because it was Shannon's gun?
What I'm gonna do with Shannon gun?
Did you recall telling her that?
Ain't no telling. I probably did.
Okay. And that Shannon took the gun with him while he was on tour with the.
No, I don't. I tell Gaither anything.
Okay.
Just like I would tell the rest of the police. But as today, as in the truth of what happened was, I hid the gun in the neighbor house. In their bathroom up under the sink.
So why wouldn't you just tell Gaither that you hid the gun?
Because they're gonna lock me up for the gun. I ain't supposed to have it.
Okay. But you had already told her in January 2015 that you had a whole chopper. You didn't get arrested for having a chopper. So why would you get arrested for having this gun when you were protecting yourself from being shot at?
Because it don't matter what I tell them. They know I had guns, but it's what they catch me with.
Okay. And didn't Gaither and the detective who interviewed you the night that you were shot at told you that you wouldn't get in trouble, they just need the gun?
Yeah, but I don't know, a fool go for it.
Now, when you were talking to the detective back in this February 20th interview, do you recall him asking you questions about Tay and where Tay was from?
Which Tay?
The Tay that you initially said shot at your car.
Oh, I don't
I
recall.
mean, excuse me, shot at you and Deshaun.
I don't recall.
And that Deshaun actually told the police that he's either from Mechanicsville or he's from Simpson Road.
Deshaun ain't tell them nothing.
And matter of fact, Deshaun, when they asked him how old is Tay, Deshaun told them
Overruled, because I think it's as to, let me hear the rest of the question.
sure, during this entire
How's he supposed to know this?
because he's present in the room when
Okay.
she's telling him.
All right. I'm gonna overrule it.
In this same interview, Deshaun was able to tell the detective that this individual by the name of Tay was about 20 years old.
I don't recall Deshaun saying nothing to the police, other than she ducked down.
And that matter of fact, you actually told the detectives that you used to hang out with this Tay before he shot at you.
I tell the detectives anything to get them up off me.
And specifically told him that you and him used to play basketball at Carver High School. The two of you used to play basketball on the basketball court at Carver.
I don't recall.
Miss Hilton, we're gonna need to, I mean, it doesn't have to be right this minute, but pick a stopping point sometime in the next 20 minutes or so.
Okay. Thank you, Ronna. You said earlier that you weren't concerned about being labeled a snitch. Is that fair to say?
Say that again?
Earlier, a few moments ago, you said you weren't concerned about being labeled a snitch. Is that fair to say?
I wasn't.
You was not.
What you mean?
That you didn't have any concerns being labeled a snitch. Is that correct?
I don't get what you're asking.
Back in 2015, were you concerned about people labeling you a snitch?
I was concerned about the safety of my family, so that's my mindset back then.
I'm asking you, were you concerned about being labeled a snitch?
A snitch is someone who tell the truth to the police.
Okay, so were you concerned about being labeled a snitch?
I was concerned about getting those who wrong me and the people I care about.
In the same February interview, did you tell Detective Curry, I went down here and I talked to her. Now, everybody, excuse me, let me stop that. Did you tell Detective Curry during this interview, how can I survive this? How can I survive this? I can't go anywhere if I don't have money. Because Gaither called my phone when I was in front of Young Thug. She wanted me to talk. She wanted me to come down and talk. You feel me? Everybody there, everybody right there. You feel me? That's what I did. I left, went down here and talked to her. Now, everybody look at me like I'm a snitch now. It's just like I can't get no money. You know, I was just getting money by just doing nothing. Hey man, I need to borrow this right here, just hanging around going for the mall. He paid for everything for me. And now they think I'm a snitch.
First of all, I was breaking in the stove, so I'm always get me some money. That's what I'm gonna do. So what I told the investigators is just anything. I keep telling you that. You know what I mean? Like,
okay. So my question to you is, were you concerned back then about being labeled a snitch?
I was playing the victim card. I keep telling you that. It was about being labeled a snitch, because if I was concerned about being labeled a snitch, I would never even try to finesse my way out of no situation, because even lying to the police, y'all to put it in there as in this and then the third. I know anything that I say to a police officer, they're going to go into a police report anyway. So it's self-explanatory. I only cared about getting myself out of the situation to protect my family. That's it.
And is that why you're changing your testimony here today?
I'm not changing my, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because you're concerned about being labeled a snitch?
Miss Hilton, the damn word called me a snitch. You think I'm only concerned about telling the truth today? I don't know what nobody else did, but I do know that I have lied on people, and I don't want that on my conscience. So today I'm sitting here telling you the truth. I told you the truth before y'all called me in this trial. I told y'all I have made it up. I told y'all that. I wasn't gonna say anything about nothing to hurt my friend. My friend was strict. I was only protecting him.
So when you told the detectives about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you protecting Threat?
Yes, I was gonna keep Threat name out of it as much as possible.
did threat have something to do with Donovan Thompson's murder?
I don't know what threat got something to do with it, but I know that there was the last person I gave that car to.
What car?
The car, the Infinity car. And I wasn't gonna say nothing about it.
What Infinity car did you give the threat?
The Infinity car that I had.
Okay. Is this the same car that you went to the rental car place with Thug and Thug rented the Infinity?
I'm talking about the gray Infinity car that me and Zachary was riding in. I wrecked the car, put up on threat, gave the car the threat, and I left.
Okay. Is this the same Infinity that you told police that you went to the Hertz rental car place with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
I just told you that I gave threat that car. I
Ms.
don't know.
Copeland, that's not what she asked. So listen to what she asked and then answer that as best you can.
You're saying you gave threat that Infinity. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on 1 second. Y'all just confused me. What you say, Yana?
Well, I wanted Ms. Hilton to ask the question clearly and you listen to it and answer it. So ask the question you asked him a minute ago, if that's what you want the answer to.
The Infinity that you're talking about, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
What you asking?
You're talking about an Infinity that you gave the threat, correct?
Right.
The Infinity that you're referring to, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I asked him to rent me a car, and I rent the car, and I gave the car the threat.
When did you give the car the threat?
The same night I read it. The night before that happened.
Before what happened?
The same night it happened. I can't remember. I gave the car the threat and I left.
Where did you give the car the threat at?
At the studio.
What studio?
I pulled up and gave it to him and pulled right off.
What studio?
It was by Northside Drive, Marietta. It was one of them streets.
Was there anyone else at the studio when you gave the car?
I didn't go in the studio. I pulled up. I was pulling up, and I seen threat. I gave threat the car, jumped out of the car, it got in my charge. Called my brother to come and get me.
And was this the day Donovan Thomas died? Was this a few days before? In relation to when Donovan Thomas died, when did you get threat this vehicle?
I gave threat that car. I read the car, gave it a threat.
So when you wrecked the car, why would you give threat a wrecked vehicle?
So I could, what you mean? It wasn't damaged bad. I don't know. I hit something on it, and then shit, the thing on the cover, it was tripping. So when I pulled up, I wasn't giving it to threat, but I just seen him standing outside. And I was like, he like, what you about to do? I'm like, just get the key real quick. I'll be right back. Gave threat the car, and I dipped. I don't know if it was late. So when I woke up the next day, I came outside, and this when I heard what happened.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Hilton, is this a good time to
Yes,
stop
this is a good
for the
time to
day?
stop.
All right.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Copeland, we'll see you back here at 9 in the morning.
9?
9 in the morning.
I can go?
Yeah, you can go for now. All right, ladies and gentlemen. To maintain the integrity of this trial, remember that you need to decide this case based only on the evidence that is admitted during this trial and the law that I will explain to you. You should consider only the evidence admitted inside of this courtroom. You may not conduct any research on your own about this case or about any of the people or the places mentioned in this trial. You may not visit any places mentioned in the evidence, and you may not refer to any books or documents that have not been admitted during the trial. You should not take or review any photographs or video of any person or place involved in this case, except to review the evidence during your deliberations later. Also, you may not use any dictionaries or any other reference materials, including online reference materials, to help you in any way with this case. You may not use Google or any other internet search engine, or consult websites, blogs, podcasts, any social media websites, apps, including but not limited to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, TikTok, Reels, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, Reddit, or the like. I'm sure I left out a few, but any of those, or any other source, electronic or otherwise, to get information about this case. And do not use any of these sources to get information about legal terms or concepts or about the law. Finally, do not watch, read, or listen to any accounts of this trial that might appear in the news media, whether online, in print, on television, on the radio, or otherwise. And this includes any social media as well. In short, do not seek any information about this case from any source outside of the confines of this courtroom. Remember, you are the ones who've been qualified as fair and impartial jurors to decide this case, and no other influence should affect your decision. For that reason, you may not discuss this case with anyone, including your family and friends, or let anyone discuss this case with you or around you. This includes discussion or sharing information in person or by phone, email, text, blog, or any form of social media. And if anyone does approach you about the case, please immediately let Sergeant Ingram or another deputy or court staff know that. Please remember that you should consider the evidence with an open mind. Do not jump to conclusions, and do not reach any final conclusions until this trial is complete. And by that, I mean until the deliberations begin, after you've heard all of the evidence, the lawyer's closing arguments, and the law that applies to this case. You must not, until that time, even discuss the case amongst yourselves in the jury room, during breaks, or anywhere else. Please remember to leave your notes and notepads in the jury room as you leave for the evening. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and we will see you at 9 a.m. in the morning. Thank you. You're excused for now.
All right.
All right, y'all can be seated. I'm going to have Ms. Pursfield double check and confirm with the jurors their understanding of what days next week they were released. I thought it was Monday through Thursday, but I just want to make sure that they don't think they're also off Friday. I got told that maybe the one juror who's taking her kid to school might be doing the whole drive back on Thursday, so I'm just going to double check on that. But I am planning for us to work pretty much the whole week next week, just as a non-jury week. If it turns out that they are ready to come back on Friday or think that that's when they were being called back anyway, then that'll be a jury day for us. But otherwise, at least it'll be Monday through Thursday non-jury, and we'll just see about Friday based on what they think. I'll just go with whatever they have already been told by the predecessor judge. All right, so I know there's some things we need to deal with next week. I know, Misty Williams, you have sent a more particularized motion to suppress, so I appreciate that. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but we'll take that up. There's a motion to exclude late identified, I guess, co-conspirator statements that we'll take up then. If we're lucky, we can get to what everybody understands the exhibit list admissions are. I don't think that's the most critical thing to do, but if we get around to it, we need to have confirmation on the motion in limine 49 concerning the PowerPoint. Do y'all have an answer to that yet?
Your Honor, I don't, my answer is preliminary. I just remember what I said, and it was not contained in, partially contained in the motion in limine. So we are looking back at the transcript and the video, because my recollection of it is different than what's being represented in motion in limine number 49. And mine was specifically that we were not intending to introduce it at that time through that witness. So, and that day. So we're going back.
All right.
Because.
So you think that it's possible that you didn't actually say, we don't ever want to introduce it or use it? You think it may have just been.
I know I didn't say that we don't ever want to introduce it.
All right, and so then it sounds like there's still going to need to be a ruling on that, because y'all do want to introduce that?
We do want to use that. We intended, that's why we gave it to them. We were going to use it through Detective Dennis at the end of the Donovan Thomas and at the end of the retaliatory shootings.
All right, and I know that I've got the defense position on that. I don't know if you had said that you filed a written response ever.
I did, but to his number 49, I will file a written response,
Okay,
because when we got that, we were looking through, like, that's not the recollection that I have. We were looking through to make sure that he had contained, and it doesn't. His motion does not contain the entirety of what was said in that colloquy, and the matter of the PowerPoint was addressed on 2 different days, I believe.
Okay, well, just get that in sometime this week. So that's another thing we can deal with and resolve next week. I know we still have wiretap evidence outstanding that we need to reach at some point. I think that's everything, other than we need to have a date for the remedial training. And Ms. Love, if you can provide to the court the identity of all of the team members, at least the lawyer team members, and if you want to have investigators or anybody else participate in the remedial training, that's up to you, but at least all of the lawyers that are on this team. And I am thinking, I know I have got a conflict Monday morning, Monday the 19th, between 8 and 12. I'll be here for the afternoon. And I'm thinking if that would be an ideal time to do that, I'm just thinking y'all come into the courtroom, there'll be a deputy. You can sit and watch the video and be done with it.
Yes, Your Honor, we can do that. We can do whatever it is at the court.
All right,
please.
that sounds good. So anyway, that's what I know scheduling wise for now. If anybody has any issues or can think of anything else that I didn't just touch on that we also need to take up next week. Okay. All right, and then just as a heads up, you know, in terms of scheduling. Oh, hang on. All right, so looking ahead just a little bit. Next week, we've already discussed. The week after that, that begins the 26th, we will be in court, I imagine, with the jury, the 26th, 27th, and 28th. That's Monday through Wednesday. The 29th and 30th, the court has plans because the court was not always assigned to this case, and the court's not changing those plans. The court needs a break every once in a while. So we are going to have Thursday, the 29th, and Friday, the 30th off entirely. That's Labor Day weekend. We have the Monday off anyway, because that's Labor Day. So y'all can choose to also take a break. You can choose to work the entire time. You can choose to make some other judge's day by actually being able to have a day with them in court. That's up to y'all, but y'all do not have to be with me on August 29th and 30th. All right, and that's what I know at this point in time. All right, anything else before we break for the evening? Yes, ma'am.
I want to get clarification on the timeline of the witness and exhibit list that state's supposed to turn into us, and whether you want our motions after they give it to us, or you want us to file it now.
What do you mean?
Because like my Jackson Denham motion,
Yeah.
I filed it late because I didn't know until July 31st that they were going to use that interview.
I'm not sure that, okay, I mean, if that's what you say, great, you didn't know for certain, but I mean, Jackson Denos are normally a pretrial thing, and y'all can get with the state and ask them anytime, but as soon as you know that there might be an issue with something and you know about it, you just go ahead and let me know. And if we get around to it and the state says, we don't even want to use that because you haven't bothered to ask the state yet, or for whatever reason, then we won't worry about it. But yeah, don't wait. Don't wait. Go ahead and file everything. Everything should already have been filed. But yeah, so on the timing.
I did ask the state, and they said they weren't going to use it.
All right, well, we'll take that up next week. All right, I will see. Anything else? All right, I'll see all of y'all at 8:45, because inevitably there's something that we need to sort out or put on the record or something before the jury gets in. See y'all tomorrow. Thanks.